Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. It felt like warm air brushing past my ear, a subtle release of pressure, as if a door had just opened somewhere behind me. I froze mid-step in the hallway where nothing should have been moving except the dust on forgotten shelves. The sensation returned, now met with a faint click that didn't belong. My heart quickened, the sound too precise, echoing in the hollow like a misplaced memory. It was familiar, yet misplaced, like a lock giving way in a forgotten room. I turned slowly, irrationally expecting to see a presence where there was none, and all the while the air grew unnaturally still. It was the same click I remembered from when the room down the hall was more than just a closed door. It shouldn't have been possible, yet there it was. My fingers traced the brass doorknob now, cold against my palm despite the warmth I felt moments before. The metal surface bears tiny scratches I never noticed during those initial interviews. Or perhaps I did notice them, filed them away in some corner of my mind that refuses to organize properly anymore. The house had been empty for months when I first arrived, that much was certain. The detective who handed me the case file spoke in measured tones about routine follow-up, about loose ends that needed tying. His words felt rehearsed, practiced in the way that comes from repeating uncomfortable truths. "Nothing dramatic," he said, sliding the manila folder across his desk. "Just inconsistencies that won't settle." But inconsistencies have a way of growing in the dark spaces between what we know and what we suspect. I remember the first time I walked through these rooms. The air tasted stale, undisturbed, furniture covered in white sheets like sleeping ghosts. The floorboards creaked in predictable places, announcing each step with wooden complaints. Everything felt abandoned, final. Yet someone had been paying the utilities. The bills arrived monthly, processed automatically from an account that shouldn't have existed. When I traced the payments, they led to a bank that confirmed the account holder's identity, but couldn't explain why someone declared missing would continue maintaining a house they'd supposedly fled. "She left," the neighbor insisted during our third conversation. Her voice carried the weight of certainty, but her eyes wouldn't meet mine directly. Packed her things one morning and drove away. I watched from my kitchen window. I asked about the suitcases, the boxes, any sign of permanent departure. The neighbor's description shifted slightly each time we spoke. First it was 2 large bags, then a single suitcase and several boxes. Finally, just a small overnight bag in her purse. Memory, I've learned, is a fluid thing. It responds to suggestion, to repeated questioning, to the desire to be helpful even when helpfulness requires embellishment. The click comes again, softer this time, almost apologetic. I turn the handle and step into the room that started everything. Dust motes dance in afternoon light filtering through partially closed blinds. The bed remains unmade, sheets twisted as if someone had struggled against sleep. A book lies open on the nightstand, its pages yellowed at the edges, bookmark marking a spot someone will never return to finish reading. Or perhaps they will. The bank statements I discovered hidden behind the bedroom dresser told a different story than the neighbor's certainty. Regular deposits continued for weeks after the supposed departure. Small amounts, the kind that suggest ongoing employment rather than sudden flight. When I contacted her workplace, they confirmed she'd been coming in regularly, completing her shifts without complaint or indication of distress. She seemed normal, the supervisor explained. Maybe a little quiet, but that wasn't unusual for her. Normal, the word echoes strangely in this room, where normal seems to have been suspended indefinitely. I found her car in the garage, keys still in the ignition, gas tank nearly full. Maintenance records showed recent service, oil change, tire rotation. Not the vehicle of someone planning to disappear, but rather of someone expecting to continue their routine indefinitely. The detective's file contained photographs of the house taken during the initial investigation. I compare them to what I see now, searching for differences that might explain the persistent sense of wrongness that brought me back here. In the photos, the bedroom window is fully closed. Now it stands slightly ajar, enough to create the air movement I felt in the hallway. Enough to make old hinges settle and produce sounds that shouldn't exist in an empty house. But houses are never truly empty. They hold impressions, traces of the lives lived within their walls. Sometimes those traces manifest in unexpected ways. Her journal, discovered weeks into my investigation, contained entries that contradicted the timeline everyone else had constructed. The final entry, dated well after her alleged departure, described ordinary concerns, grocery lists, appointment reminders, observations about changing weather patterns. "The neighbor watches me," she wrote, "always at her kitchen window when I come and go. I wonder what she sees that I don't." I interviewed the neighbor again, armed with this new information. Her story remained consistent, but her certainty wavered. She admitted to poor eyesight, to sometimes confusing one day with another, to the possibility that what she remembered might not align perfectly with actual events. "Time moves differently when you're alone," she said. "Sometimes I think I see things that happened yesterday or last week or maybe never at all." The journal entries became increasingly introspective toward the end, filled with questions rather than statements. She wrote about feeling observed, about sensing movement in her peripheral vision that disappeared when she turned to look directly, about doors that seemed to open themselves and windows that let in air even when closed. "I'm beginning to doubt my own perceptions," one entry read. "How do you trust your senses when they consistently report impossibilities?" Standing in her bedroom now, I understand the question more clearly than I did when I first read those words. The closet door stands partially open, revealing clothes still hanging in neat rows. Seasonal items organized by color and function. Not the closet of someone who packed hastily and fled, but of someone who expected to return to continue the quiet rituals of daily life. I examine the clothes more closely, noting which items are missing. The gaps in the arrangement suggest someone took a few days' worth of casual wear, underwear, toiletries. A short trip, perhaps. A brief absence that became permanent through circumstances no one could have predicted. But the bank account remained active. The utilities stayed connected. The car waited patiently in the garage for a driver who would never return. Unless she did return. The thought arrives unbidden, carrying with it a chill that has nothing to do with the house's temperature. What if the departure the neighbor witnessed was temporary? What if she came back, continued her life in secret, maintaining the fiction of her absence for reasons that died with her? The coroner's report, when it finally arrived, provided more questions than answers. The body found in the river bore evidence of prolonged submersion, making precise time of death impossible to determine. Dental records confirmed identity, but the condition of the remains left room for speculation about when and how she ended up in the water. Could have been there for weeks, the coroner explained during our phone conversation, or months. The current patterns in that area make it impossible to determine where she originally entered the water. Weeks or months, the difference mattered because it meant the gap between her disappearance and her death might not align with anyone's assumptions about what happened during the missing time. I returned to the hallway, listening for the click that brought me back to this house. The sound doesn't repeat, but the sensation of being observed persists, not by anything supernatural or threatening, but by the accumulated weight of unanswered questions that refuse to settle into comfortable conclusions. Her computer, when I finally gained access, revealed a search history that painted a picture of someone researching how to disappear completely. Methods for establishing new identities, for accessing bank accounts without leaving traces, for moving through the world without creating the electronic footprints that make modern life so easy to track. But she didn't disappear. She died alone in circumstances that suggested neither suicide nor obvious foul play. The autopsy found no evidence of violence, no indication of struggle or restraint, just the quiet ending of a life that had apparently been preparing for a different kind of conclusion. I sit on her bed, feeling the mattress compress under my weight. The sheets still carry a faint scent, something floral mixed with the mustiness of abandonment. Personal effects remain scattered on the dresser: jewelry, coins, a receipt from a coffee shop dated 2 days after she supposedly left town. 2 days after. The receipt represents another inconsistency, another piece of evidence that the timeline everyone accepted might be fundamentally flawed. But inconsistencies, I've learned, don't always point towards sinister explanations. Sometimes they simply reflect the chaotic nature of human behavior, the way people make decisions that contradict their stated intentions. Maybe she planned to leave but changed her mind. Maybe she returned secretly, lived in hiding for reasons that made sense to her but would seem irrational to outside observers. Maybe she walked into that river voluntarily, carrying burdens no one else could see or understand. Or maybe something else happened entirely. The neighbor's kitchen window faces this house directly. From my position on the bed, I can see her silhouette moving behind thin curtains, a shadow that pauses occasionally as if looking in my direction. She's been watching this house for months, maintaining a vigil that might be motivated by concern, curiosity, or guilt. I wave a small gesture of acknowledgement. The shadow freezes, then retreats from the window entirely. Some mysteries resist solution not because the truth is hidden, but because the truth itself is fragmented, scattered across multiple perspectives that never quite align. Each person involved carries pieces of the larger picture, but those pieces don't fit together in ways that create clear, satisfying answers. The detective who handed me this case understood that limitation. His measured tone, his emphasis on routine follow-up, his careful avoidance of words like investigation or suspicious circumstances, all suggested someone who had learned to accept ambiguity as an inevitable outcome. Some cases close themselves, he told me during our final conversation. Others just fade away until nobody remembers why they mattered in the first place. But this case hasn't faded. It persists, drawing me back to this house where ordinary objects carry the weight of unfinished business. The click I heard in the hallway, the sensation of doors opening in empty rooms, the persistent feeling that something important remains undiscovered. I stand and move toward the window, adjusting the blinds to let in more light. The mechanism works smoothly, too smoothly for something that should have remained untouched for months. Someone has been maintaining this house, keeping it functional despite its supposed abandonment. The utility bills provide one explanation, but bills can be paid remotely. Physical maintenance requires presence, attention, the kind of ongoing care that suggests emotional investment rather than mere financial obligation. Her family, when I contacted them, seemed genuinely surprised to learn about her disappearance. They described someone who kept to herself, who maintained minimal contact with relatives, who wouldn't necessarily be missed immediately if she chose to withdraw from social connections. She was always independent, her sister explained. We might go months without talking, and that was normal for her. I wouldn't have thought to worry unless someone else brought it to my attention. That someone else was her employer, who finally contacted authorities when she failed to appear for several consecutive shifts without explanation. By then, the trail had grown cold, the timeline confused, the distinction between voluntary departure and involuntary disappearance impossible to establish with certainty. I examined the photographs on her dresser, images that capture moments from a life that seems ordinary in retrospect, but must have contained complexities invisible to casual observation. Birthday parties, holiday gatherings, vacation snapshots that show her smiling in locations I can't identify, surrounded by people whose names I'll never learn. In several photos, she appears alone, taking pictures of herself in mirrors or holding the camera at arm's length to capture solitary moments. There's something melancholy about those images, a quality that might be projection on my part but feels significant nonetheless. The journal's final entries return to my mind, particularly her observations about feeling watched, about sensing movement that disappeared under direct scrutiny. Paranoia, perhaps, or the heightened awareness that comes from living alone in a house that seems to hold its breath between human occupancies. I experience something similar now, standing in her bedroom while afternoon light shifts across familiar objects. The sensation of being observed, of participating in a scene that has played out before with different actors but identical emotional undertones. The neighbor's window remains empty, but I know she's there, watching from a position that offers her a clear view of this room. How many times did she observe the original occupant moving through these spaces, going about the private rituals of daily life while unaware of her audience? And what did she see during those final days that she hasn't shared with investigators? What details did she edit from her recollections, either consciously or through the natural process by which memory protects us from uncomfortable truths? I return to the hallway, listening for sounds that shouldn't exist in an empty house. The click doesn't repeat, but other sounds fill the silence. Settling wood, shifting air currents, the distant hum of electrical systems that continue functioning despite the absence of anyone to benefit from their operation. The house maintains itself, waiting for a return that will never come. Or perhaps it already came, briefly, secretly, during the gap between disappearance and death that no one can account for satisfactorily. Standing here, surrounded by the accumulated evidence of a life interrupted, I realize that some questions resist answers not because the truth is hidden, but because the truth itself is incomplete. People disappear gradually, in stages, through a series of small withdrawals that culminate in final absence. Maybe she left emotionally long before she left physically. Maybe the woman the neighbor saw driving away was already gone in every way that mattered, going through the motions of departure as a formality rather than a decision. The click returns, softer now, almost apologetic. I turn toward the sound and see nothing but feel everything. The weight of unanswered questions, the persistence of mystery in the face of investigation, the way some stories resist conclusion because conclusion would diminish their essential truth. I don't know what happened in this house or why or when. I know only that something happened, something that left traces too subtle for official investigation, but too persistent to ignore entirely. The afternoon light continues to shift, casting new shadows across familiar objects, and I understand finally that some mysteries are meant to remain mysterious. They exist not to be solved, but to be experienced, felt, carried forward as reminders that human life contains depths that resist easy explanation. I leave the house as I found it, doors unlocked, windows slightly ajar, systems functioning in anticipation of a return that exists now only in the imagination of those who remember. The neighbor's silhouette reappears in her kitchen window as I walk away, maintaining her vigil over spaces that hold more questions than answers. The click follows me down the front steps, a sound that might be settling wood or turning locks, or the whispered acknowledgement of mysteries that prefer to remain unsolved. I don't look back, but I carry the sound with me, along with the certainty that some stories end not with resolution, but with acceptance of their essential incompleteness. Story 2. The inspection. The main entrance remained fully latched upon inspection. Each room exhibited a systematically organized appearance, with chairs aligned and surfaces dust-free. A layer of dust coated all window sills, suggesting prolonged closure. The dining area, however, contained a plate void of remnants. A solitary shoe lay in the hallway, parallel to the baseboard. The clock displayed an incorrect time, though its ticking maintained consistency. Cupboard doors were aligned, yet the pantry shelves lacked uniformity in product placement. Light from a single lamp cast shadows that did not match. No keys were missing. I stood in that house for what felt like forever, breathing in the stale air that tasted of abandonment and something else I couldn't identify. The silence pressed against my eardrums like cotton, broken only by that persistent ticking from the kitchen wall. My fingers traced the doorframe as I entered, feeling the smooth paint that someone had applied with care, probably thinking this place would be their sanctuary. The shoe bothered me most, a brown leather loafer size 10, positioned with mathematical precision against the baseboard. Not dropped carelessly as shoes tend to be when someone kicks them off after a long day. This one had been placed, deliberately. The mate was nowhere to be found, and I searched every closet, every corner, every space large enough to hide footwear. My badge felt heavy in my jacket pocket as I walked through the rooms again, cataloging details that didn't fit the narrative everyone wanted me to accept. The family had been gone for weeks, they said. A sudden departure, no forwarding address, no goodbye to neighbors who had shared morning coffee and weekend barbecues. Just empty rooms and questions that multiplied like bacteria in warm water. The plate on the dining table drew me back repeatedly. Ceramic, white with a thin blue border, completely clean but bearing the faint ring marks of recent use. I lifted it to my nose and caught the ghost of tomato sauce, maybe oregano. Someone had eaten here recently. Someone had washed this plate and set it back down in the exact center of a table setting for one. I opened my notebook and began writing, though my hand trembled slightly as the pen moved across paper. The tremor had started 3 cases ago, after the incident with the missing teacher. My supervisor suggested stress leave, but I couldn't stop. These cases called to me like voices in the dark, demanding answers I wasn't sure I wanted to find. The pantry shelves told their own story. Canned goods clustered in random groups, some labels facing forward, others backward or sideways. Soup cans mixed with vegetables, breakfast cereals next to cleaning supplies. This wasn't how the rest of the house looked. Someone had been here, searching for something, replacing items without care for the obsessive organization that characterized every other space. I photographed everything, the camera flash illuminating corners that daylight couldn't reach. Through the viewfinder, the house looked different, more sinister. Shadows fell at wrong angles, and that single lamp in the living room cast a glow that seemed to bend around objects rather than illuminate them. The neighbors had been helpful to a point. The elderly woman next door remembered seeing lights in the evening, movement behind curtains. But when pressed for specifics, her certainty crumbled into maybes and I think so's. The man across the street claimed he'd seen a moving truck, but couldn't recall the company name or even the color of the vehicle. Everyone had stories, but the details dissolved under scrutiny like sugar in rain. I found myself returning to the shoe. Something about its placement nagged at me, a splinter in my consciousness that I couldn't extract. I knelt beside it, studying the leather for scuffs or wear patterns. The sole showed minimal damage, as if it had been worn only indoors. The leather held a faint impression of toes, the arch slightly compressed from regular use. This wasn't a decorative object or a forgotten remnant. Someone had worn this shoe recently and placed it here with purpose. The family's photographs still hung on the walls, smiling faces frozen in happier moments. Beach vacations, birthday parties, graduation ceremonies. A normal family living a normal life until they weren't. I studied each image, looking for signs of strain or unhappiness, but found only the typical awkwardness of posed photography. The father's hand rested on his wife's shoulder in every group shot. The children, a boy and girl in their teens, displayed the practiced smiles of kids accustomed to family photos. But in one picture, tucked behind others on the mantelpiece, I noticed something different. The family stood in this very living room, probably during a holiday gathering. The father wore both brown loafers, the same style as the one now lying in the hallway. In the photograph, his smile seemed forced, and his wife's eyes looked past the camera as if searching for an escape route. I slipped the photograph into an evidence bag, though I wasn't sure what it proved. The house felt like a stage set, each room arranged to tell a specific story. But whose story, and why did they want it told this way? My phone buzzed with a text from my partner. Another case had come in, a missing person report filed just that morning. I should have left immediately, followed protocol, moved on to the next crisis demanding attention. Instead, I found myself drawn deeper into the house, pulled by an invisible thread toward answers that seemed to retreat with each step forward. The basement stairs creaked under my weight, each step announcing my presence to the darkness below. My flashlight beam danced across concrete walls and exposed beams, revealing a space that contradicted the obsessive cleanliness above. Dust lay thick on everything except a clear path leading from the stairs to a workbench against the far wall. Someone had walked this route recently and regularly. The workbench held tools arranged with the same precision as the upstairs rooms. Hammers, screwdrivers, wrenches, all cleaned and organized by size. But one space remained empty, outlined in dust like a crime scene chalk mark. Something had been removed, something roughly the size and shape of a small hatchet or heavy knife. I photographed the empty space, the flash creating stark shadows that made the basement feel like a tomb. The air down here carried a different scent, metallic and sharp, like pennies left in water. I followed my nose to a corner where the concrete floor showed dark stains, barely visible unless you knew where to look. The stains had been cleaned, but concrete is porous, unforgiving. It remembers everything. Back upstairs, the house felt different. The afternoon light had shifted, casting new shadows that revealed details I'd missed before. On the kitchen counter, barely visible unless viewed from a specific angle, someone had traced letters in the dust. Just 3 letters, so faint they might have been accidental. HEL. Help, hell, or something else entirely. I photographed the letters from multiple angles, but the images failed to capture their subtlety. In the camera, they looked like random marks, meaningless scratches in accumulated grime. The refrigerator hummed to life, startling me in the silence. Inside, I found expired milk, moldy bread, vegetables turning to liquid in the crisper drawer. But on the top shelf sat a single item that didn't belong, a small glass jar filled with what looked like soil or ash. No label, no indication of its purpose or origin. The jar felt warm in my hands, as if it had been recently handled or exposed to heat. I opened it carefully, expecting the earthy smell of garden dirt or the sharp odor of cremation ash. Instead, the scent was organic but wrong, like flowers left too long in stagnant water. I sealed the jar in an evidence bag, though I had no idea what crime it might represent. The telephone on the kitchen wall still held a dial tone, its red message light blinking steadily. I pressed play and listened to a collection of increasingly frantic voices. Friends asking about missed appointments, employers demanding explanations for absences, utility companies threatening disconnection. The messages spanned several weeks, painting a picture of a family that had simply vanished from their obligations without warning or explanation. But the final message was different. A man's voice, calm and measured, speaking words that made my blood feel thick in my veins. I know you're listening. I know you understand what happened here. The shoe is just the beginning. Check the garden. The message had been left just 2 days ago, long after the family's supposed departure. Someone had been in this house recently, someone who knew the investigation was ongoing and that eventually someone like me would be standing in this kitchen, listening to these words. The backyard stretched beyond sliding glass doors that someone had recently cleaned. The garden showed signs of recent disturbance, fresh soil mixed with older dirt, plants replanted with care but not quite in their original positions. I knelt among the flower beds, running my fingers through earth that felt different from the surrounding soil, softer, more recently turned. My phone rang, displaying my supervisor's number. I should have answered, should have reported my findings and requested backup. Instead, I let it ring until the voicemail picked up, then turned the device to silent. Some discoveries demand solitude, require the quiet space to be fully understood. The garden tool shed stood partially hidden behind overgrown shrubs, its door secured with a padlock that showed fresh scratches around the keyhole. Someone had opened this lock recently, and not with gentle care. I found a pair of bolt cutters in my car and made quick work of the metal restraint. Inside, gardening tools hung from hooks with the same obsessive organization that characterized the house. But like the basement workbench, one hook remained empty, outlined in dust and cobwebs. A shovel was missing, probably the one used to disturb the garden soil. At the back of the shed, pushed behind bags of fertilizer and mulch, I found a cardboard box that didn't match the careful organization of everything else. The box was new, clean, and sealed with clear tape that someone had applied hastily, with bubbles and crooked edges. My name was written on top in block letters, Detective. Inside the box, wrapped in plastic bags, I found the missing shoe's mate, and underneath it, photographs that made my hands shake as I held them. Pictures of the family, but not the happy posed shots from inside the house. These images showed fear, showed restraint, showed a situation spiraling beyond anyone's control. The final photograph was of me, taken through the kitchen window just moments ago as I listened to the phone messages. Someone had been watching, documenting my investigation, staying one step ahead of every discovery. The image was perfectly framed, professionally composed, as if the photographer had been waiting for exactly the right moment to capture my expression of dawning realization. I left the house as the sun touched the horizon, carrying evidence that raised more questions than it answered. The missing family might have been victims or perpetrators or something more complex than either designation allowed. The shoe in the hallway might have been a clue or a red herring or a message I wasn't equipped to decode. But someone wanted me to know the truth, or at least their version of it. Someone was orchestrating this investigation, leaving breadcrumbs for me to follow, watching my progress with the patience of a spider monitoring its web. The case file would reflect what I'd found, but not what I suspected. The evidence would be processed and cataloged and eventually filed away when no arrests were made and no bodies were found. The house would be sold to new owners who would never know about the shoe or the photographs or the jar of mysterious soil. And I would move on to the next case, carrying questions that had no answers and suspicions that couldn't be proven. But sometimes, in the quiet moments between crises, I would remember the sound of that clock ticking in the empty house, marking time that seemed to move in circles rather than forward, measuring moments that belonged to someone else's story entirely. The truth I had learned was not always something to be discovered. Sometimes it was something that discovered you, chose you, marked you as its keeper, whether you wanted the responsibility or not. And sometimes the only honest response to a mystery was to acknowledge that some questions were more important than their answers, that some stories were meant to remain unfinished, suspended in the space between what we know and what we fear to understand. Story 3. The facility's main entrance was found locked upon inspection. Surveillance footage indicated no interruptions or unauthorized entries within the last 48 hours. Desks in the central office remained orderly, with paperwork neatly stacked and filed. All computers were powered down, their screens inactive, showing no signs of recent use. One chair was slightly angled away from the conference table, and a faint scent of coffee lingered in the air. No cups were visible on any surface. The break room refrigerator contained items with expired dates, untouched and undisturbed. Nothing was out of place, yet maintenance reports highlighted an increase in energy consumption usual for an empty building. I keep coming back to that smell, coffee but not quite coffee. Something burned underneath it, like someone left the pot on too long and forgot about it. The way it hung in the air, thick and wrong, I know that smell. I know it from somewhere else. The chair bothered me too, just turned away from the table like someone had been sitting there and got up suddenly, left in the middle of something important, but who leaves a chair like that, who walks away and doesn't push it back in. I worked there once, I think I worked there. The hallways feel familiar when I walk through them now, but familiar in the way dreams feel familiar. Like I should know where I'm going, but I keep taking wrong turns. There was a woman who always made coffee, strong coffee that filled the whole building. She would hum while she worked, something low and tuneless that got stuck in your head. I can almost hear it now, that humming, but when I try to remember her face, it slides away from me. The surveillance footage shows nothing. 48 hours of empty hallways and closed doors, but I remember movement in those hallways, voices in the conference room, the sound of keyboards clicking and phones ringing, all of it happening somewhere the cameras couldn't see. Or maybe it happened before. Maybe what I remember is from before and I'm mixing it up with now. Memory does that sometimes, plays tricks. makes you think you remember things that never happened or happened differently than you thought. The break room refrigerator hums in the silence. Inside, milk cartons with dates that passed weeks ago. Sandwiches wrapped in plastic, brown at the edges. A birthday cake with someone's name written in blue frosting, but the letters are smeared now, unreadable. I used to eat lunch in that break room, sat at the small table by the window and watched the parking lot fill up with cars. There was always laughter coming from somewhere, always the sound of people living their lives, going about their business, normal business. But the parking lot is empty now, has been empty for a while, though I can't say how long. Time moves strangely here. Some days feel like weeks, and some weeks pass like single moments. The energy consumption report doesn't make sense. All those numbers climbing higher and higher, even though no one's here. Even though the lights are off and the computers are sleeping. Something is drawing power from somewhere. Something is awake when everything else is dormant. I found a coffee cup once tucked behind a filing cabinet in the main office, still warm when I touched it, still had that burned smell rising from whatever was left at the bottom. But when I went back to look for it again, it was gone, like it had never been there at all. The woman who hummed, she had a way of looking at you sideways, not meeting your eyes directly, but watching you from the corner of her vision. Like she was seeing something about you that you didn't know yourself, something that made her smile in a way that didn't reach her face. I tried to ask her about it once, about the way she looked at people, but when I opened my mouth to speak, the words came out wrong, came out as humming instead, that same tuneless melody she always carried with her. The conference room table is polished wood, dark and smooth. Reflects the overhead lights like a mirror when they're on, but mostly they're off now. Mostly the room sits in shadow with just that one chair turned away from the table, waiting for someone to come back and finish whatever they started. There were meetings in that room, important meetings about important things. I sat in one of those chairs and listened to voices discussing plans and procedures and protocols. But when I try to remember what we talked about, all I can hear is that humming. All I can smell is that burned coffee. The computers show no recent activity, but I remember the screens glowing late into the evening. Remember the sound of data processing, systems running calculations that went on and on without stopping. Numbers flowing across monitors like water, like blood through veins, keeping something alive that should have been sleeping. The paperwork on the desks tells stories in fragments, partial sentences and incomplete forms, signatures that trail off in the middle as if the person signing suddenly forgot their own name, as if they looked up from the page and saw something that made them stop mid-letter. I found my own signature on some of those papers, my handwriting but shakier than I remember it being, like I was nervous about something, like my hand was trembling while I wrote, but I don't remember being nervous, I don't remember being afraid. The facility has basement levels that don't appear on any of the building plans, stairwells that lead down to doors that are always locked. But sometimes when the building is very quiet, you can hear sounds coming from below. Mechanical sounds, the whisper of air moving through vents, the distant hum of machinery that never stops running. That's where the extra energy is going, down into those basement levels, down into spaces that officially don't exist, powering equipment that serves purposes no one talks about. At least, no one talks about them where the surveillance cameras can record. The woman who made coffee knew about the basements. She had keys that hung from a chain around her wrist, keys that clinked softly when she moved. Sometimes she would disappear for hours, and when she came back, she would smell different, like ozone and metal and something else I couldn't identify. I asked her once where she went. She just smiled that sideways smile and started humming. Started making fresh coffee even though the old pot was still half full, as if she was covering up some other smell, some other presence that had followed her back up from below. The security logs show my badge being used to enter the building on days I don't remember being there. Show me accessing areas I don't remember visiting. The electronic trail of my movements forms patterns I can't explain, routes through the facility that make no logical sense. But maybe logic isn't what matters here. Maybe there are other kinds of sense, other ways of understanding what happened in this place. What's still happening, even though the official story says everyone is gone. The coffee smell is stronger now, stronger and more burned, like someone left the pot on the burner and walked away, like they had more important things to do than worry about fire hazards, like they knew they wouldn't be coming back to clean up the mess. I can hear the humming too, faint but persistent, coming from everywhere and nowhere, that tuneless melody that gets inside your head and won't leave. The sound of someone who knows secrets, who carries knowledge that changes the way you see everything else. The chair by the conference table hasn't moved, still turned away, still waiting. But now I think I understand why it bothers me so much. It's not that someone got up and left. It's that someone is still sitting there, still present in ways the cameras can't detect. Still participating in meetings that happen in frequencies beyond normal perception. The facility isn't empty, it's just empty of the things we expected to find, empty of the obvious signs of occupation, but full of other things, older things, things that consume energy and leave traces that don't fit into standard reports. I'm starting to remember why I left, why we all left, one by one, until only the essential systems remained running, until only the basement levels continued their work, fed by power drawn from the grid above, sustained by processes that don't require human oversight. Or maybe they do require oversight. Maybe that's why the chair is turned that way. Maybe that's why the coffee smell never fades, why the humming continues even when no one is there to hum. Maybe someone stayed behind after all, someone who understood what would happen if the facility truly went dark. The woman with the keys, the woman who made coffee and hummed and looked at people sideways, I think she's still here, still moving through hallways the cameras can't see, still tending to equipment that serves purposes beyond normal understanding. Still waiting for the rest of us to remember why we really left, still waiting for us to come back and face what we tried to abandon, still humming that tuneless melody that carries messages we're not ready to decode. The burned coffee smell is everywhere now, in my clothes, in my hair, in the back of my throat where words turn to music before they can be spoken. The smell of something left too long on the heat. The smell of something that should have been turned off but keeps burning anyway. And I realize I'm humming too, story 4. It wasn't the first morning the window stood ajar. The breeze carried in yesterday's leaves, scattered across the floor like an unfinished thought. The curtains fluttered lazily and the air smelled vaguely of damp earth. I noticed again how the glass reflected the room just a little too sharply, lines and angles that didn't quite line up. She always said the latch was loose, but I never checked to see if it caught properly. I wiped the sill with a cloth, knowing the dust would settle back soon enough. As I left, the window remained open, letting the heavy air drift out. The coffee grew cold while I watched the neighbors. Their routines never changed. The woman in the blue house waters her plants at the same time each morning, methodical as clockwork. The man with the dog walks past, always pausing at the corner where the streetlight flickers. I wonder if they notice things the way I do now, small inconsistencies, the way shadows fall differently when you're paying attention. I found the notebook wedged between cushions on the couch, her handwriting but not quite right somehow. The letters slanted differently than I remembered. Pages of observations about people I didn't recognize, places we'd never been together, or had we? Memory plays tricks when you're not sleeping well. I tore out the pages and put them in my pocket, then put them back, then tore them out again. The detective asked about her habits. Did she lock doors? Did she trust strangers? Questions that seemed simple until I tried to answer them. She locked the front door but not the back. She spoke to everyone but told them nothing important. She kept secrets in plain sight, like that notebook. I told him about the window latch, how it never quite caught. He wrote something down, but I couldn't see what. There's a sound that comes at night now, not quite footsteps, not quite wind. It starts near the kitchen and moves through the house like water finding its level. I follow it sometimes, but it stops when I get close. The floorboards remember where she walked, I think. They creak in familiar patterns even when no one's there. The grocery store clerk recognized me, asked how she was doing, if she was feeling better. I nodded and paid for milk I didn't need. In the parking lot, I sat in the car trying to remember when she'd been sick. The clerk's question echoed strangely, like hearing your own voice played back on a recording. Wrong somehow, but undeniably real. I keep finding things that don't belong. A coffee cup with lipstick that isn't her shade. A book with margins full of notes in handwriting that might be mine but probably isn't. A phone number written on the back of a receipt from a restaurant we never visited. Each discovery feels significant until I examine it closely, then it becomes ordinary again, evidence of nothing more than poor memory. The window latch finally broke completely. I found the mechanism on the floor one morning, small metal pieces that looked like they'd been forced, or maybe they'd simply worn out from years of not quite catching. I swept them into my palm and felt their weight, heavier than expected, but everything feels heavier now. She used to talk about the house settling, how old buildings shift and sigh, adjusting to weather and time. I understand now what she meant. Walls breathe differently when you're alone in them. Sounds carry further, shadows stretch longer. The house is still settling, but around an absence now instead of presence. The detective called again. New questions this time about places she might have gone, people she might have contacted. I gave him the notebook, then immediately regretted it. Those pages were the only proof I had that she'd been thinking about something, planning something, worried about something. Now they're evidence in a file I'll never see. I dream about the window sometimes. In the dreams, it opens and closes on its own, letting in air that tastes like rain even when the sky is clear. She stands on the other side of the glass, but when I try to open it further, the latch holds firm. In the dreams, it works perfectly. She mouths words I can't hear over the sound of wind through leaves that shouldn't be there. The neighbors have started watching me the way I watch them. Careful glances when I check the mail, conversations that stop when I come outside. The woman with the blue house brought me casserole and asked if I needed anything. Her eyes moved past me into the hallway, searching for signs of something she couldn't name. I thanked her and closed the door. I've been reading her notebook pages, the ones I kept before giving the rest to the detective. Lists of license plate numbers, descriptions of cars parked on streets I don't recognize, times and dates that don't correspond to anything in my memory. She was documenting something, building a case for or against someone. Maybe me, maybe herself, maybe ghosts that only she could see. The house feels smaller now, as if the walls have moved inward while I wasn't paying attention. Rooms that once felt spacious now seem cramped with invisible furniture. I walk through spaces that should be familiar, but find myself turning corners that lead nowhere, opening doors that reveal walls instead of rooms. the architecture of absence reshaping itself around what's missing. There are calls on the phone I don't remember making, numbers I don't recognize in the recent calls list, conversations lasting minutes or hours depending on the day. I must be making them during those stretches of time that seem to vanish without explanation. Sleepwalking, maybe, or something like it. The mind finding its own way to fill empty spaces. The detective showed me photographs, security camera footage from places around town, grainy images of figures that might be her or might be anyone. He asked me to identify locations, times, circumstances. I stared at the pictures until they stopped making sense, pixels rearranging themselves into patterns that suggested faces, gestures, intentions that probably weren't there. I fixed the window latch with a new mechanism from the hardware store. The clerk asked if I needed help installing it, but I said I could manage. It took longer than expected. My hands shook more than they used to, and the screws kept slipping. When I finally got it working, I tested it several times. It held firm, caught properly, sealed the window against outside air, but somehow the room felt less secure than before. The notebook pages I kept are yellowing at the edges, though I only found them recently. Time moves strangely when you're not tracking it carefully. Days blend into each other, mornings arrive without warning, nights stretch longer than they should. I read her observations over and over, trying to decode the pattern she was following, the logic that connected license plates to street corners to times of day. Sometimes I catch myself continuing her work, writing down details about the neighbors, tracking their movements, noting changes in routine. The woman with the blue house hasn't watered her plants in several days. The man with the dog changed his walking route, avoiding the corner where the streetlight flickers. These observations feel important, but I can't remember why. The house makes different sounds now that the window seals properly. Air moves through vents instead of gaps, creating pressures and releases that shift the building's breathing patterns. What I thought was settling might have been circulation all along. Air finding ways to move through spaces, carrying sounds and scents, and something else I can't identify but recognize nonetheless. I found myself at the grocery store again without planning to go there. The clerk didn't ask about her this time, just rang up items I didn't remember selecting. In the car afterward, I discovered I'd bought things she used to like, but I never ate. Muscle memory, maybe, or the grocery list was older than I thought. The receipt showed today's date, but dates can be wrong. The detective's questions have changed again. Now he asks about my routines, my habits, where I go when I leave the house. I tell him about the grocery store, the hardware store, walks around the neighborhood, simple activities that feel complicated when described aloud. He writes everything down, but his expression suggests he's hearing something I'm not saying. There's a moment just before sleep when the house sounds exactly like it used to. Familiar creaks and sighs, the refrigerator's hum, air moving through vents in patterns that once felt normal. In that moment, I can almost believe nothing has changed. Then full consciousness returns, and the silence underneath all the other sounds becomes audible again. I've started leaving the window open during the day, even with the new latch. The room needs air that's been somewhere else, touched other surfaces, carried other stories. When evening comes, I close it carefully, testing the mechanism to make sure it holds. The ritual feels important, though I can't explain why to myself or anyone else who might ask. The phone rang while I was reading her notebook pages. When I answered, no one spoke, but someone was there. Breathing, maybe, or just presence transmitted through wire and distance. I said hello several times before hanging up. The caller ID showed my own number, which shouldn't be possible, but apparently is. The neighbors' routines have shifted in ways that mirror my own observations. They watch windows more carefully now, pause longer at corners, change directions without obvious reason. We're all tracking something, building cases for mysteries we can't name. The woman with the blue house waves from behind glass instead of coming outside. The man with the dog crosses the street when he sees me. I dream about conversations I don't remember having. Her voice, but saying things she never said, asking questions she never asked. In the dreams, I have answers, but they dissolve when I try to speak them. The window is always part of these dreams, opening onto landscapes that exist nowhere I've ever been but feel more familiar than the room I wake up in. The detective brought back some of the notebook pages, evidence that didn't lead anywhere, he said, but when I compared them to the pages I'd kept, they weren't the same. Similar handwriting, similar observations, but about different places, different people, as if there had been multiple notebooks, multiple sets of observations, multiple versions of whatever she was trying to document. The house breathes differently at night now, deeper, slower, like something sleeping instead of something empty. I move through rooms that feel occupied by more than memory, past windows that reflect interiors I don't quite recognize. The new latch holds the window closed, but sometimes I find it open anyway, letting in air that carries scents of places I've never been. And this morning, wiping dust from the sill again, I noticed something I'd missed before. Scratches in the window frame, small marks that might be letters or might be nothing at all. They catch the light differently depending on the angle, spelling words that change as I move my head. The cloth in my hand is damp with something that isn't water, and the window reflects a room where someone else is standing behind me, watching. Story 5. It wasn't the first morning the clock chimed at a different hour. I could hear its hollow notes from the kitchen as I brewed coffee, as if marking something else, a time unseen and unrecognized. In the hallway, the picture frames were misaligned again, just slightly crooked, as though someone had brushed past in the night. Dust settled in places it shouldn't, and the air felt different, heavier. The front door was unlatched, though the wind hadn't shifted enough for it to be explained. I left the latch as it was, figuring if it mattered, it would close on its own. For weeks, I'd been cataloging these small disturbances with the methodical precision of someone who understood their significance. The explanation was simple enough. My neighbor had been entering my house while I slept, moving through the rooms with the careful deliberation of someone who knew exactly what they were doing. I'd seen the evidence accumulate like sediment, each morning revealing new proof of the intrusion. The coffee mug I'd left in the sink would migrate to the counter. Books would shift positions on their shelves, spines no longer flush with the edge. The thermostat would register 2 degrees warmer than I'd set it. These weren't the random disturbances of settling wood or fluctuating air pressure. They followed a pattern, a rhythm as predictable as breathing. I knew it was my neighbor because of the smell. A faint trace of lavender soap that clung to the air in certain rooms, most noticeably near the back door where the spare key hung on its hook. The same scent that drifted from their garden when the wind carried it across the property line. They'd probably been watching my routines for months, learning when I took my evening walks, when I retired for the night, when the house fell into its deepest silence. The motivation seemed obvious too. They'd been asking about my late aunt's collection of ceramic figurines, the ones displayed in the living room cabinet. Casual inquiries disguised as neighborly interest, but I'd caught the way their eyes lingered on the pieces, assessing their value with the practiced gaze of someone who knew antiques. They'd mentioned having a similar collection, wondered aloud about the history of certain pieces, asked if I'd ever considered selling any of them. So when I found one of the figurines moved from its usual spot, rotated to face the opposite direction, I felt a surge of vindication rather than alarm. The evidence was mounting, and soon I'd have enough to confront them directly. I began leaving small tests around the house. A hair placed across a drawer handle, a book positioned at a specific angle, a coin balanced on the edge of a table. Each morning brought confirmation that someone had been there, disrupting my careful arrangements. The break-in attempts were becoming bolder. The front door latch, which I'd initially dismissed, had been found open 3 times in the past week. The back door showed scratches around the lock, barely visible unless you knew to look for them. My neighbor was growing impatient, perhaps frustrated that their subtle approach wasn't yielding the access they wanted to the collection. I started staying awake later, listening for sounds that might confirm my suspicions. The house settled around me with its familiar creaks and sighs, but I was waiting for something else. The soft footfall of an intruder, the whisper of clothing against a wall, the barely audible click of a door closing. The sounds never came, but that only proved how careful they were being. Then I found the photograph. It was tucked behind one of the ceramic pieces, a small snapshot that I'd never seen before. The image showed my aunt's living room, but from an angle that suggested it had been taken from the hallway looking in. The figurines were visible in their cabinet, each one clearly captured. Someone had been documenting the collection, creating a record of what was here. But as I studied the photograph more closely, something nagged at me. The arrangement of the figurines didn't match what I remembered. Several pieces were positioned differently than they appeared now, and one that I was certain had always been on the top shelf was clearly visible on the bottom. I compared the image to the actual cabinet, trying to reconcile the discrepancies. Had my neighbor rearranged things and then photographed them? Or had the photograph been taken before the recent disturbances began? The timestamp on the back was too faded to read clearly, and I couldn't remember ever seeing this particular snapshot among my aunt's belongings when I'd inherited the house. I decided to examine the other evidence more carefully. The coffee mug that had moved from sink to counter, I tried to recall exactly where I'd left it. The memory felt solid at first, but as I focused on it, details began to blur. Had it been the blue mug or the white one? Had I actually finished the coffee before going to bed, or had I left it half full? The certainty I'd felt about these small movements started to feel less reliable. The books on the shelf presented a similar problem. I'd been sure they'd been moved, but when I tried to remember their original positions, I found myself guessing. Did the red spine usually sit next to the green one, or had there been a gap between them? I'd lived in this house for months now, but I realized I'd never paid close attention to these details before the disturbances began. The thermostat readings troubled me most. I'd been so certain about finding it set 2 degrees higher than I'd left it, but when I tried to recall my usual setting, I discovered I wasn't entirely sure what that was. Did I typically set it at 68 or 70? The number that felt right changed depending on how I thought about it. I began to question whether I'd been as observant as I'd believed. The human mind, I knew, was capable of creating patterns where none existed, of finding significance in random events, but the smell of lavender soap that remained constant. I could detect it most clearly in the early morning, before the day's activities filled the house with other scents. Yet when I stood in my neighbor's garden, breathing in the fragrance of their lavender plants, the scent seemed different somehow. Sharper, more herbal. The soap smell in my house was softer, more processed. I wondered if I'd been too quick to connect the two. The scratches around the back door lock drew my attention again. Under closer inspection with a magnifying glass, they appeared older than I'd initially thought. The metal showed signs of weathering that suggested the marks had been there for some time, perhaps from previous owners struggling with a temperamental lock. What I'd interpreted as evidence of recent tampering might have been nothing more than the accumulated wear of ordinary use. The photograph continued to bother me. I searched through my aunt's papers, looking for any reference to it or explanation for its presence. Instead, I found something else that shifted my understanding. a letter from her insurance company detailing an assessment of her belongings for coverage purposes. The letter mentioned that photographs had been taken of valuable items, including her ceramic collection, for documentation purposes. The snapshot might not have been evidence of surveillance at all, but simply part of a routine insurance process. The different arrangement of figurines could be explained if my aunt had moved them after the assessment, or if I'd unconsciously rearranged them myself since inheriting the house. This possibility opened up other explanations I hadn't considered. The slight movements of objects, the small changes in the house's atmosphere. What if these weren't the result of an intruder, but of my own actions? I'd been living here for months, moving through the rooms in patterns I might not fully remember. Could I have been the one shifting books, moving mugs, adjusting the thermostat? Sleep, I realized, was less predictable than I'd assumed. I'd always considered myself a sound sleeper, someone who went to bed and woke up in the same position. But what if that wasn't entirely true? What if I'd been walking through the house at night, performing small actions that I didn't remember upon waking? The idea seemed far-fetched at first, but the more I considered it, the more plausible it became. Stress from the recent move, the adjustment to living alone in a house filled with someone else's belongings, these factors could easily disrupt sleep patterns in ways I wasn't aware of. The mind was capable of remarkable things during periods of unconsciousness. I decided to test this theory by setting up a more controlled observation. I placed a small notebook by my bedside and committed to writing down my exact actions before going to sleep, where I left each item, what I'd touched, how I'd positioned things. If I was unconsciously moving through the house at night, this record would help me identify any discrepancies. The first few nights revealed nothing unusual. My morning observations matched my written notes perfectly. The coffee mug remained where I'd left it, the books stayed in their recorded positions, the thermostat held steady at its set temperature. I began to feel foolish for having suspected my neighbor of such elaborate intrusions. But on the fourth night I found a discrepancy that chilled me. According to my notes, I'd left a particular book face down on the coffee table, open to a specific page. In the morning, the book was closed and sitting upright against the table's edge. I had no memory of moving it. I tried to rationalize this single inconsistency. Perhaps I'd been careless with my note-taking, or maybe I'd gotten up during the night for water and absently moved the book without thinking about it. But the position was so different from what I'd recorded that it seemed impossible to explain as a simple mistake. The lavender scent was stronger that morning, concentrated near the coffee table where the book had been moved. I knelt down and inhaled deeply, trying to identify its source. The smell seemed to emanate from the book itself, as if someone with lavender-scented hands had handled it recently. But as I examined the book more closely, I discovered something that made me question everything I thought I knew about these disturbances. The pages showed signs of recent handling, not just any handling, but the specific way I touched books when I was deeply absorbed in reading. Certain corners were bent in the manner I unconsciously employed to mark my place. The spine showed the particular stress patterns that resulted from my habit of holding books at a specific angle. This was my book, handled in my characteristic way, yet I had no memory of reading it during the night. The evidence suggested that I had not only moved through the house unconsciously, but had engaged in complex activities that I couldn't recall. The implications were disturbing. If I was capable of reading, of moving objects with purpose and care, all while having no conscious awareness of these actions, then what else might I be doing during these unknown hours? The careful rearrangement of the ceramic figurines, the subtle adjustments to the thermostat, the systematic exploration of different rooms, all of this could be my own unconscious behavior. I found myself studying the house with new eyes, looking for signs of my own presence rather than evidence of an intruder. The patterns I'd attributed to my neighbor's surveillance might actually represent my own nocturnal wanderings, my sleeping mind drawn to the same objects and spaces night after night. The front door latch took on a different significance under this interpretation. Instead of evidence that someone was entering the house, it might indicate that someone was leaving, that I was opening the door during my unconscious episodes, perhaps stepping outside before returning to bed with no memory of the excursion. This possibility terrified me more than the idea of a neighbor's intrusion. An external threat could be confronted, addressed through locks and alarms and direct conversation. But how do you protect yourself from your own unconscious actions? How do you solve a mystery when you yourself might be both the investigator and the perpetrator? I began to pay attention to my body in the mornings, looking for signs that I'd been more active during the night than I remembered. Sometimes I woke with slightly sore feet, as if I'd been walking on hard floors. Occasionally, I found small bits of debris on my nightclothes, dust that might have come from moving through dark rooms, pollen that could have been picked up during an unconscious venture into the garden. The ceramic figurines became a particular focus of my investigation. I photographed their positions each night before bed, then compared these images to their morning arrangements. The changes were subtle but consistent. A shepherd boy rotated slightly to the left. A dancing girl moved an inch closer to the cabinet's front edge. A small dog turned to face a different direction. Each adjustment seemed purposeful, as if someone was gradually reorganizing the collection according to some internal logic. But the someone I was beginning to understand might be me. The question was why my sleeping mind was drawn to these objects, what unconscious impulse was driving me to handle and rearrange them night after night. I remembered my aunt mentioning, during one of our last conversations, that she sometimes found her figurines in different positions than she'd left them. At the time, I'd attributed this to her advancing age, perhaps some confusion about how she'd arranged things. But now I wondered if she'd been experiencing the same phenomenon I was encountering, a compulsion to interact with these objects during periods of altered consciousness. The lavender scent began to make sense in this context. My aunt had used lavender soap exclusively, keeping bars of it in every bathroom and even in her bedroom dresser. The fragrance had permeated her belongings, her clothing, probably even the figurines themselves from years of handling. If I was touching these objects during my unconscious episodes, I would be transferring that stored scent to other parts of the house. But this explanation, while logical, left me with more questions than answers. Why was I drawn to these particular objects? What was my sleeping mind trying to accomplish through these careful rearrangements? And most disturbing of all, what else might I be doing during these periods of unconsciousness that I hadn't yet discovered? I decided to stay awake one night to try to catch myself in the act of these mysterious behaviors. I positioned myself in the living room with a clear view of the ceramic cabinet, determined to observe whatever might unfold. The house settled into its nighttime quiet around me, and I waited. Hours passed without incident. The figurines remained motionless in their display case. The shadows in the room shifted gradually as clouds passed over the moon outside, but nothing else changed. I began to feel drowsy despite my determination to stay alert, my eyelids growing heavy as the night wore on. When I woke, I was still in the chair, but the room felt different. The air was thick with the scent of lavender, stronger than I'd ever detected it before. and in the cabinet, the ceramic figurines had been rearranged into an entirely new configuration, one that seemed somehow more harmonious than their previous positions. I had no memory of moving them, no recollection of leaving my chair, opening the cabinet, or handling the delicate pieces. Yet the evidence was undeniable. I had done these things while apparently unconscious, my body moving through complex actions while my mind remained unaware. The realization left me feeling disconnected from my own life, uncertain about the reliability of my perceptions and memories. If I could perform such detailed activities without conscious awareness, what did that say about my understanding of my own behavior? How many other actions might I be taking, decisions might I be making, without the knowledge of my waking mind? As I sit here now documenting these experiences, I find myself questioning everything I thought I knew about the disturbances in this house. The mystery I set out to solve has transformed into something far more complex and personal than I ever imagined. The intruder I sought to identify was myself, but that identification has only deepened the puzzle rather than resolving it. The clock continues to chime at irregular hours, marking time that feels disconnected from the rhythm of my conscious life. The picture frames still shift their positions, the dust still settles in unexpected places, and the front door still works its way unlatched during the night. But now I understand that these phenomena are not separate from me. They are expressions of something within me that I don't yet comprehend. The question is no longer who is entering my house, but what part of myself remains active when I believe I'm sleeping, and whether that unconscious presence is trying to tell me something I'm not yet ready to hear. Story 6. The clock hands twitched twice, but time stood unmoved. Outside, the leaves whispered an unfamiliar sequence, betraying a routine disrupted. Every morning my fingers sought the same mug, yet today the handle nudged away, evading my grasp. The kitchen smelled of fresh bread, though the loaf was untouched, seated in its usual place. A gentle hum filled the air, like forgotten words trying to resurface. As I retraced my steps, the floor beneath seemed to pulse, anticipating a misstep. The curtain swayed, though no breeze followed, and for the first time it felt as if I was the one out of sync. I stood there holding the mug awkwardly with both hands, the ceramic warming against my palms. The coffee inside had grown cold, though I couldn't recall pouring it. Steam should have risen from the surface, but instead a thin film had formed, creating tiny ripples that moved without cause. The refrigerator hummed its familiar tune, yet underneath something else vibrated, a frequency just beyond recognition. The morning light filtered through the window differently than usual, not brighter or dimmer, but angled wrong somehow, casting shadows where they shouldn't fall. My shadow stretched toward the hallway, though I faced the opposite direction. I turned to check, and it snapped back into place, obedient once more. The newspaper lay folded on the counter, delivered as always, but the fold ran horizontal instead of vertical, and the paper felt thicker between my fingers. The headlines spoke of familiar events, yet the words seemed rearranged, as if someone had taken scissors to the sentences and reassembled them with subtle variations. A traffic incident became a traffic occurrence. A missing person became a displaced individual. The meanings remained the same, but the language felt foreign in my mouth when I tried to read aloud. I walked through the house, cataloging the small disturbances. The photograph on the mantel sat at a slightly different angle, not enough to notice immediately, but sufficient to create an itch of recognition. In the image, we stood together outside the courthouse, smiling after the verdict. Her hand rested on my shoulder, but today the pressure of that touch felt heavier in my memory. Had her grip been possessive rather than supportive? Had her smile reached her eyes, or had I simply wanted to believe it did? The phone rang, cutting through my thoughts with its sharp intrusion. The caller's voice carried the weight of authority, though the words came wrapped in courtesy. They wanted to ask a few more questions, just routine follow-up, they assured me. Nothing to worry about, but worry had already taken root, spreading through my chest like spilled ink on paper. I agreed to meet them, though something in my stomach turned at the prospect. The address they provided sounded familiar, yet I couldn't place where I might have heard it before. The building sat on a corner I passed regularly, but I had never noticed the small sign beside the entrance or the way the windows reflected nothing, even in direct sunlight. The waiting room smelled of industrial carpet and recycled air. Other people sat in mismatched chairs, their faces carrying the particular exhaustion that comes from being involved in things beyond their control. A woman clutched a tissue that had been folded and refolded so many times it resembled origami. A man stared at his hands as if they belonged to someone else. I wondered what had brought them here, what questions they had answered or refused to answer. When my turn came, the officer who greeted me wore a face I recognized but couldn't name. We had spoken before, I was certain, but the context eluded me. Had it been at the station or somewhere more casual? His handshake lingered a moment too long, and his eyes searched mine for something I wasn't sure I possessed. The room where we sat contained nothing but a table, 2 chairs, and a recording device that might or might not have been running. He asked me to walk through the events again, starting from the beginning. But which beginning did he mean? The morning when everything changed, or the morning when I first noticed the changes? The day she left, or the day I realized she was gone? I began with the safe version, the one I had rehearsed in my mind. We had argued, yes, but couples argue. She had been distant lately, distracted by work pressures and family obligations. The stress was getting to both of us. She needed space, and I respected that need. When I woke up and found her side of the bed empty, I assumed she had left early for an appointment. It wasn't until evening that I began to worry. The officer nodded, making notes that I couldn't read upside down. His pen moved in small, precise strokes, capturing details I hadn't realized I was providing. When had I mentioned the broken glass in the kitchen? I couldn't remember breaking anything, yet apparently I had described cleaning it up. When had I told him about the phone calls that came after midnight, with no one speaking on the other end? He asked about her habits, her routines, her relationships with others. Did she have enemies? Had anyone threatened her? Was she involved in anything that might have put her at risk? The questions felt reasonable, but underneath them ran an undercurrent I couldn't identify. Each inquiry seemed to circle back to me, to my knowledge of her movements, my awareness of her fears, my reaction to her absence. I found myself describing a woman I thought I knew, but the words that came out painted a stranger. Yes, she kept unusual hours, but I had attributed that to her dedication to work. Yes, she received calls that made her uncomfortable, but I had assumed they were from persistent salespeople or wrong numbers. Yes, she had been secretive about certain friendships, but I had respected her privacy. Or had I simply been too afraid to ask the right questions? The officer's expression remained neutral, but something shifted in his posture. He leaned back slightly, creating distance between us. The questions became more specific, more pointed. Where exactly had I been on certain dates? Could anyone verify my whereabouts? Had I noticed any changes in her behavior that might suggest she was planning to leave? The word leave hung in the air, loaded with implications I didn't want to examine. I left the building feeling lighter and heavier simultaneously. The official questions had been answered, but new ones had taken their place. The drive home took me past familiar landmarks that seemed subtly altered, as if someone had moved them a few degrees off their proper positions. The traffic light at the main intersection held red a beat too long. The convenience store where I bought coffee every morning displayed a different brand in the window. The mailbox at the end of my street lined at an angle I was certain hadn't existed that morning. Inside the house, silence waited for me. Not the comfortable quiet of solitude, but the expectant hush of held breath. I moved through the rooms, turning on lights that seemed dimmer than they should be. The bulbs were the same wattage I always bought, but the illumination felt filtered, as if passing through water or smoke. In the bedroom, her absence pressed against me with physical weight. The closet door stood open, revealing the gaps where her clothes had hung, but the empty hangers were arranged too neatly, spaced too evenly. I didn't remember organizing them that way. Had someone else been in the house? Had I unconsciously imposed order on the chaos of her departure? The dresser drawer that had contained her personal items sat slightly ajar. Inside, a few forgotten objects remained: a tube of lipstick worn down to a stub, a hair tie stretched beyond usefulness, a receipt from a restaurant I didn't recognize. The receipt was dated from a time when I believed we had been together, sharing dinner at our usual place. But the name printed at the top belonged to an establishment across town, somewhere we had never been together. I sat on the edge of the bed, holding the small piece of paper. The ink had faded slightly, but the details were clear. A meal for two, ordered late in the evening. Items I knew she enjoyed, paired with others that suggested unfamiliar tastes. A bottle of wine we had never shared, dessert from a menu I had never seen. The tip calculated to exactly 20%, written in handwriting that might have been hers, or might have belonged to someone else entirely. The phone rang again, startling me from my examination of the receipt. This time the caller's voice was different, softer, more hesitant. A friend of hers, someone whose name I recognized but whose face I couldn't quite recall. She was calling to check on me, to see how I was holding up. Her concern felt genuine, but underneath it I detected something else. Curiosity, perhaps, or caution. She asked if I had heard anything, if there had been any news. When I said no, she made a small sound that could have been sympathy or relief. She mentioned that she had been trying to reach her for weeks, even before she disappeared. There had been something she wanted to discuss, something important, but she wouldn't elaborate, claiming it wasn't her place to share someone else's secrets. After hanging up, I found myself staring at the phone, wondering how many other calls I should be making. How many other people were waiting for news, harboring concerns, keeping secrets. The contact list in her phone had been extensive, filled with names I didn't recognize and numbers from area codes I couldn't place. When I had tried calling some of them, most had gone straight to voicemail. The few who answered claimed not to know her well or at all. The evening stretched ahead of me, empty and full simultaneously. I prepared dinner for one, but found myself setting two places out of habit. The extra plate sat across from me, reflecting the overhead light like an accusation. I ate mechanically, tasting nothing, while the silence grew thicker around me. Later, as I prepared for bed, I caught my reflection in the bathroom mirror and paused. Something in my own face looked unfamiliar, not dramatically changed, but subtly different. The lines around my eyes seemed deeper, the set of my mouth more guarded. When had these alterations occurred? Had they been gradual, or had I simply stopped looking closely at myself? I brushed my teeth with the same toothbrush I had used for months, but the bristles felt different against my gums. Softer, or perhaps more worn. The toothpaste tube sat in its usual spot, but the cap was screwed on more tightly than I typically managed. Small details that individually meant nothing, but collectively suggested that someone else had been using my bathroom, sharing my routines, leaving traces of their presence in the most intimate spaces. Sleep came fitfully, interrupted by dreams that felt more like memories and memories that seemed too strange to be real. I found myself in conversations with her that I couldn't remember having, discussing plans we had never made, arguing about issues that had never arisen between us. In these nocturnal encounters, she spoke in her own voice but used words she would never choose, expressed opinions that contradicted everything I thought I knew about her. I woke several times to sounds that might have been the house settling or might have been footsteps in the hallway. Each time I lay still, listening, trying to determine whether the noises came from inside or outside, from the present or from my imagination. The digital clock beside the bed displayed numbers that seemed to jump forward and backward without pattern, making it impossible to track the passage of time. Morning arrived without announcement, seeping through the curtains like a reluctant confession. I rose feeling less rested than when I had gone to bed, as if sleep had been work rather than restoration. The shower water ran colder than usual, and the towel I reached for was damp, though I was certain it had been dry the night before. Downstairs, the kitchen awaited me with its familiar strangeness. The coffee maker had been programmed to brew automatically, but I couldn't remember setting it. The newspaper lay on the counter, folded in the same incorrect way as the day before. This time I examined it more carefully, searching for clues about what had changed and why. The stories were different, but the differences were subtle. Names had been altered by a letter or two. Dates had shifted by a day in either direction. The overall content remained recognizable, but the details had been shuffled like cards in a deck. I wondered if I was losing my ability to process information correctly, or if someone was deliberately trying to confuse me. The mail arrived with its usual mechanical precision. Bills and advertisements mostly, but among them sat an envelope addressed to her in handwriting I didn't recognize. The return address belonged to a law firm I had never heard of, located in a city where I was certain she had no connections. The envelope felt thick, substantial, as if it contained documents rather than a simple letter. I held it up to the light, trying to discern its contents without opening it. The paper was too heavy to reveal much, but I could make out the shape of multiple pages, folded in thirds. Legal documents, perhaps, or contracts, something official that required her signature, her attention, her physical presence. The ethical implications of opening her mail warred with my need to understand what was happening. She was missing, after all, and this correspondence might contain information relevant to her disappearance. But she was also entitled to privacy, even in absence, and violating that trust felt like crossing a line I couldn't uncross. I set the envelope on the kitchen counter, where it sat like an accusation throughout the morning. Every time I passed it, I felt its weight, its potential to answer questions or create new ones. The law firm's name meant nothing to me, but that didn't necessarily signify anything. She had always been more organized about financial and legal matters, handling details I preferred to avoid. The phone rang again, interrupting my circular thoughts. This time the caller identified himself as someone from her workplace. He spoke carefully, choosing his words with the precision of someone who had been coached on what to say and what to avoid. She had been a valued employee, he assured me. Her absence was noticed and regretted. If there was anything they could do to help, I should not hesitate to ask. But when I pressed for specifics about her work, her responsibilities, her relationships with colleagues, his answers became vague. She had been involved in various projects, he said. She had worked with different departments on different initiatives. Her role had been evolving, adapting to changing organizational needs. The more he talked, the less I understood about what she actually did during the hours she spent away from home. I asked if anyone from her office had noticed changes in her behavior, signs that she might have been planning to leave or that she might have been in some kind of trouble. He paused before responding, and in that silence I heard volumes. Yes, there had been some concerns, nothing dramatic, nothing that had seemed urgent at the time. But looking back, certain incidents took on different meanings. She had been working late more frequently, he said. She had seemed distracted during meetings, preoccupied with matters that didn't appear to be work-related. She had received personal phone calls that left her visibly upset. She had asked questions about company policies regarding confidential information, about the procedures for reporting irregularities, about the protections available to employees who discovered wrongdoing. The conversation ended with promises to stay in touch, to share any relevant information that might emerge. But I sensed that he had already shared more than he intended, that his careful phrasing had revealed details he would have preferred to keep confidential. The picture he painted was of someone who had been struggling with ethical dilemmas, someone who had discovered something that troubled her deeply. I spent the afternoon researching the law firm whose name appeared on the envelope. Their website was professional but generic, filled with stock photos and carefully neutral language about their areas of practice. They specialized in employment law, whistleblower protection, and confidential settlements. The kind of legal services someone might need if they had witnessed something they weren't supposed to see, or if they possessed information that powerful people wanted to keep hidden. The envelope seemed to grow heavier as the day progressed, its presence becoming impossible to ignore. By evening, I had convinced myself that opening it was not only justified but necessary. If she was in danger, if she had been involved in something that put her at risk, I needed to understand the situation in order to help her. The seal broke easily, as if it had been designed to be opened. Inside, I found exactly what I had expected: legal documents, contracts, and correspondence related to a whistleblower complaint. Her name appeared throughout the papers, identified as a witness to financial irregularities at her company. The amounts mentioned were substantial, the implications serious enough to destroy careers and trigger criminal investigations. But as I read more carefully, the documents revealed complexities I hadn't anticipated. She wasn't just a witness to the wrongdoing, she had been a participant, albeit apparently an unwilling one. Her signature appeared on authorizations she claimed to have signed under duress. Her access codes had been used for transactions she insisted she hadn't approved. Her knowledge of the illegal activities was extensive, detailed, and potentially incriminating. The law firm was representing her in negotiations with federal investigators. In exchange for her cooperation and testimony, she would receive immunity from prosecution and entry into a witness protection program. The timeline outlined in the documents suggested that these arrangements had been in progress for months, finalized just days before her disappearance. I sat in the growing darkness, holding papers that transformed everything I thought I knew about her, about us, about the life we had been living together. The woman who had shared my bed, my meals, my daily routines had been living a parallel existence I knew nothing about. She had been preparing to disappear, to assume a new identity, to start over somewhere far from here. And she had made these plans without including me, without even telling me. The house around me felt different now, not just strange, but actively deceptive. How many conversations had we had while she was keeping these secrets? How many times had I asked about her day while she was meeting with lawyers and federal agents? How many nights had she lain beside me, planning her escape from the life we supposedly shared? I walked through the rooms again, seeing them with new understanding. The gradual disappearance of her personal items hadn't been the result of her sudden departure. It had been a careful, methodical preparation for her new life. The unfamiliar receipt, the mysterious phone calls, the late nights at work, all of it made sense now. She had been slowly extracting herself from our shared existence, removing traces of her presence while maintaining the pretense of normalcy. But questions remained, multiplying like shadows in the failing light. If she had entered witness protection, why had the authorities questioned me as if she were missing? Why had her workplace colleagues seemed genuinely concerned about her disappearance? Why had the friend who called seemed to be fishing for information rather than offering condolences? The phone rang again, and this time I recognized the voice immediately. The officer from the station, calling to follow up on our conversation. He had a few more questions, he said. Some inconsistencies had emerged that needed clarification. Would I be available to meet again, perhaps tomorrow? I agreed, but as I hung up, a chill settled over me that had nothing to do with the temperature. If she was safely hidden away under federal protection, why were the police still investigating? What inconsistencies had they discovered, and what did those inconsistencies suggest about my role in her disappearance? I returned to the legal documents, reading them more carefully this time. The dates, the signatures, the procedural details all seemed authentic, but authenticity and truth weren't necessarily the same thing. Documents could be forged, signatures could be faked, entire scenarios could be constructed to support false narratives. What if she hadn't entered witness protection? What if someone had wanted me to believe she had, to provide a plausible explanation for her absence that would discourage further investigation? The papers in my hands might be elaborate props in a deception designed to protect the real perpetrators of her disappearance. Or what if the deception ran even deeper? What if I wasn't the innocent victim of her betrayal, but an active participant in whatever had happened to her? The gaps in my memory, the small changes in my environment, the sense of displacement I had been experiencing, all of it could be the result of trauma, of guilt, of a mind trying to protect itself from unbearable knowledge. I closed my eyes and tried to remember the last conversation we had had, the last time I had seen her face, the last moment when I was certain of what was real and what was not. But the memory remained frustratingly elusive, shifting and changing each time I tried to grasp it. Had we argued? Had she tried to tell me something important? Had I done something that made her afraid to trust me with the truth? The clock on the wall ticked steadily, marking time that felt both endless and insufficient. Tomorrow would bring more questions, more inconsistencies, more opportunities for the truth to reveal itself or become further obscured. I would sit across from the officer again, trying to provide answers I didn't possess about events I couldn't clearly remember involving a woman who might have been a stranger all along. The legal documents lay scattered across the coffee table, their official seals and formal language offering the illusion of certainty in a world where nothing felt solid anymore. Whether they represented her salvation or my damnation remained to be seen. Whether she was safe in a new life or lost forever remained unknown. Whether I was a victim or a perpetrator remained the most terrifying question of all. Outside, the leaves continued their unfamiliar whisper, and inside, the clock hands prepared for another meaningless twitch. Time would move forward, carrying me toward revelations I might not want to face, toward truths I might not be prepared to accept. But it would move forward nonetheless, indifferent to my readiness, unconcerned with my understanding, relentless in its demand that I confront whatever waited in the spaces between memory and reality, between guilt and innocence, between the person I believed myself to be and the person I might actually have become. Story 7. The morning dew clung to the blades of grass, glistening under the early sun. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying the smell of fresh earth into the porch. Everything felt serene until my foot nudged a corner of the welcome mat and something crinkled beneath it. As I crouched down, the unusual thickness of the mat became apparent, revealing the sharp corner of an envelope hiding underneath. The calm of the morning now seemed distant, a chilling curiosity settling in its place. The paper felt wrong in my hands, not the texture that was ordinary enough, but the weight of it, the way it seemed to pulse with something I couldn't name. My fingers traced the edges, and I noticed they were trembling. When had that started? The trembling, I mean. It feels like it's been there forever, this constant vibration beneath my skin, like I'm a tuning fork that someone struck too hard. I should have left it there, should have pushed it back under the mat and pretended the morning had unfolded differently. But curiosity is a hungry thing, and I was already tearing at the seal before the thought had fully formed. The nausea hits me now just remembering. It starts in my stomach and crawls upward, settling behind my eyes like a film of oil. I've been carrying this feeling for so long that I've forgotten what it's like to wake up clean. Every morning brings the same taste in my mouth, metallic, stale, like I've been chewing on pennies in my sleep. Inside the envelope was a photograph. I remember that much clearly, though everything else about that moment has taken on a dreamlike quality, as if I'm viewing it through water. The image showed a room I recognized but couldn't place. Familiar furniture arranged in an unfamiliar way. A chair pushed back from a table at an odd angle. A lamp casting shadows that seemed too long, too dark for the light it was giving off. But it was the figure in the corner that made my breath catch. Barely visible, more suggestion than substance, someone standing with their back to the camera. The posture was wrong somehow, too rigid, too still, like a mannequin that had been posed by someone who had never quite understood how humans actually stand. My hands are shaking again as I write this. They shake when I think about the photograph, when I try to piece together what came after. The memory fragments like glass, each shard reflecting a different version of the truth. I remember going inside. The house felt different that day, charged with an electricity that made my skin crawl. Every room seemed to echo differently, as if the walls had shifted slightly while I was outside. The floorboards creaked under my feet in places they had never creaked before. The photograph was still in my hand. I kept looking at it, trying to understand what I was seeing. The room in the image, it was my living room, wasn't it? But the arrangement was all wrong. The couch faced the wrong direction. The coffee table was missing. And that figure in the corner, that impossible stillness. I walked into my living room and everything was exactly as it should be. Couch in its proper place, coffee table stacked with magazines I never read. The corner where the figure had been standing was empty, occupied only by a floor lamp that cast perfectly normal shadows. But the air felt thick there, weighted with presence. I found myself avoiding that corner for the rest of the day, taking the long way around the room, never quite looking directly at the spot where the figure had been. Sleep didn't come easily that night. I lay in bed listening to the house settle around me, every creak and whisper magnified in the darkness. The photograph was on my nightstand, face down. I couldn't bring myself to look at it again, but I couldn't throw it away either. It felt important, significant in a way I couldn't articulate. Sometime in the small hours, I heard footsteps in the hallway, slow, deliberate steps that paused outside my bedroom door. I held my breath, waiting for the handle to turn, for the door to creak open, but the footsteps continued on, fading into silence. In the morning, I convinced myself I had dreamed it. The mind plays tricks when it's under stress, creates sounds and movements from nothing. But when I went to make coffee, I found wet footprints on the kitchen floor, leading from the back door to the hallway and back again. Perfect impressions of bare feet, already beginning to evaporate in the morning light. I mopped them up before they could dry completely, scrubbing at the linoleum until my knuckles were raw. The repetitive motion was soothing, meditative. Scrub and rinse, until the floor gleamed and my breathing returned to normal. The photograph had moved during the night. I was certain I had left it face down on the nightstand, but when I returned to the bedroom, it was propped against the lamp, the image clearly visible. The figure in the corner seemed closer now, though that was impossible. Photographs don't change. They capture a single moment and hold it forever, immutable and fixed. Unless they're not really photographs at all. I began to notice other things after that, small changes that might have been there all along or might have been new. The way shadows fell differently in certain rooms, the way the house seemed to breathe around me, expanding and contracting with a rhythm that didn't match my own. The way mirrors reflected images that were almost, but not quite, accurate. My reflection looked tired, more tired than I felt, with dark circles under eyes that seemed to have seen things I couldn't remember. Sometimes I caught myself staring at mirrors for long minutes, trying to understand what was different about the person looking back at me. The envelope had been addressed to me, but not in handwriting I recognized. Block letters, carefully formed, as if the writer had been trying to disguise their natural script. No return address, no postmark. It could have been placed under the mat at any time by anyone. But who knew I would find it? Who knew I would lift that corner of the mat at exactly the right moment? The timing felt orchestrated, deliberate, like someone had been watching, waiting for the perfect opportunity to deliver their message. The thought made my skin crawl. I found myself checking the windows more frequently, peering through curtains at the empty street beyond, looking for signs of surveillance, for figures lurking in the shadows of neighboring houses. But the street was always empty, peaceful in its suburban monotony. I tried to remember if I had seen anyone unusual in the neighborhood recently. A delivery person who lingered too long, a jogger who passed by at the same time each day, a car that appeared more often than coincidence would suggest. But my memory felt unreliable, clouded by the anxiety that had taken root in my chest like a tumor. The figure in the photograph haunted me. I found myself studying it with a magnifying glass, trying to discern details that might provide clues to its identity. But the image was frustratingly vague, as if the camera had been slightly out of focus, or as if the figure itself existed in a state of perpetual blur. Was it someone I knew? The height and build were familiar, but in a way that could apply to dozens of people. The posture suggested someone comfortable in the space, someone who belonged there. But that corner of my living room had always been empty, as far as I could remember. Memory is a funny thing, though. It edits itself constantly, revising and updating based on new information. What we remember isn't necessarily what happened, but what we think happened, filtered through emotion and time, and the stories we tell ourselves about our own lives. I began to question everything. Had the living room always been arranged the way it was now? Had I moved furniture and forgotten about it? The human mind is capable of remarkable self-deception, of creating false memories that feel as real as genuine ones. But the photograph was real. I could hold it, touch it, verify its existence. Whatever it depicted had happened somewhere, sometime. The question was when and where and why it had been left for me to find. I started keeping a journal, documenting every strange occurrence, every moment of doubt or confusion. The act of writing helped organize my thoughts, gave structure to the chaos that was threatening to overwhelm me. But reading back over the entries, I noticed inconsistencies, contradictions that I couldn't explain. Some days I wrote about hearing footsteps in the night. Other days I insisted the house was perfectly quiet. Some entries described the photograph as clear and detailed. Others claimed it was too blurry to make out anything definitive. It was as if multiple people were sharing the same journal, each recording their own version of events. The handwriting was always mine, though. I recognized the loops and angles, the way certain letters leaned to the right, but the voice seemed to shift from entry to entry, sometimes confident and analytical, sometimes fearful and fragmented. I showed the photograph to a friend, hoping for an outside perspective. They looked at it for a long moment, turning it this way and that in the light. Finally, they handed it back with a puzzled expression. "It's just a room," they said, "empty room with some furniture. What am I supposed to be seeing?" I pointed to the corner where the figure stood, traced its outline with my finger, but my friends shook their head, insisted there was nothing there but shadows. We were looking at the same image, but seeing completely different things. That night I dreamed about the figure. It stood in my bedroom, perfectly still, watching me sleep. In the dream, I wasn't afraid. The presence felt familiar, comforting even, like an old friend who had come to visit after a long absence. When I woke, the photograph was gone. I searched everywhere under the bed, in drawers, between the pages of books. It had simply vanished, as if it had never existed at all. But the feeling remained, that sense of being watched, of sharing my space with something I couldn't see or understand. I found myself talking to empty rooms, carrying on one-sided conversations with the air. The responses came not in words, but in the way light fell through windows, in the pattern of dust motes dancing in sunbeams, in the subtle shifts of atmosphere that indicated presence without form. The welcome mat still sits by my front door. Sometimes I lift the corner, checking for new messages, new mysteries, but there's never anything there now, just the rough concrete of the porch, stained with years of weather and wear. I wonder sometimes if I imagine the whole thing, if the stress of daily life had finally caught up with me, manifesting as hallucinations and false memories. The human mind is fragile, easily broken by the weight of existence. Perhaps the photograph was never real at all, just a symbol created by my subconscious to represent something I couldn't face directly. But then I remember the weight of the envelope in my hands, the crisp edges of the photograph, the way my friend had held it and examined it even if they hadn't seen what I saw. Physical objects, tangible proof that something had occurred, even if the nature of that something remained unclear. The trembling in my hands has gotten worse. It's constant now, a fine vibration that makes simple tasks difficult. Writing has become an exercise in patience, each letter carefully formed despite the involuntary movement. Doctors can find nothing wrong, no medical explanation for the symptoms. They suggest stress, recommend therapy, prescribe medications that do nothing to quiet the storm raging beneath my skin. How do you explain to someone that your body is responding to a trauma you can't quite remember, to a threat that may or may not exist? The corner of my living room remains empty, but I can feel the weight of observation whenever I'm in the room. Eyes that aren't there, watching from a perspective that shouldn't be possible. I've rearranged the furniture multiple times, trying to recreate the scene from the photograph, but nothing feels quite right. Sometimes I catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, a figure standing where no figure should be. On the moment I turn my head, the mind fills in blanks with its own assumptions, creates patterns from randomness, but the consistency of these sightings suggests something more than mere imagination. I've stopped sleeping well. The fatigue has become a constant companion, weighing down my thoughts and blurring the edges of reality. In this state of exhaustion, the boundary between waking and dreaming becomes permeable. Events from one realm bleed into the other, creating a hybrid existence where nothing can be trusted completely. The footsteps in the hallway have become routine. I no longer investigate, no longer hold my breath waiting for confrontation. They're simply part of the house's nightly rhythm now, as natural as the settling of old wood or the hum of the refrigerator. But last night was different. The footsteps stopped outside my bedroom door, and I heard the soft whisper of paper sliding across wood. In the morning, I found another envelope, identical to the first, pushed halfway under the door. This time I didn't hesitate. I tore it open immediately, hungry for answers, for resolution, for anything that might explain the growing strangeness of my existence. Inside was another photograph, the same room, the same furniture arrangement, but now there were two figures in the corner, standing side by side in that impossible stillness. One was the same as before, barely visible in the shadows. The other was clearer, more defined. It was me, standing in a corner of my own living room, captured in a moment I couldn't remember, wearing clothes I didn't recognize. My face was turned slightly toward the camera, but my expression was blank, empty, like looking at a shell that had once contained something living but was now hollow. The photograph slipped from my fingers, fluttering to the floor where it landed face up. Both figures stared back at me from the glossy surface, frozen in their eternal vigil. I wanted to look away, to close my eyes and pretend this wasn't happening, but I found myself transfixed by my own image. When had this been taken? Where had I been standing when the camera captured this moment? The questions multiplied faster than I could process them, creating a feedback loop of confusion and dread that threatened to overwhelm my already fragile grip on reality. The house around me felt different now, charged with a new kind of energy, as if the photograph had activated something that had been dormant, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. I could feel eyes on me from every corner, every shadow, every reflective surface. My reflection in the bathroom mirror looked back with that same blank expression from the photograph. Empty eyes in a familiar face, as if someone else was wearing my features like a mask. I reached up to touch my cheek, and my reflection moved a fraction of a second too late, creating a moment of disconnection that made my stomach lurch. The journal entries from that day are nearly illegible, my handwriting deteriorating into frantic scrawls as I tried to document what was happening. Reading them now, I can barely make out the words, but the desperation bleeds through the ink like blood through bandages. I remember writing about the need to understand, to find the source of these photographs and the meaning behind them. But understanding felt increasingly impossible as the line between observer and observed began to blur beyond recognition. The second photograph joined the first in its mysterious disappearance. One moment it was there on the floor where I had dropped it, the next it was gone without a trace. But unlike the first time, I wasn't surprised. The photographs were never meant to be permanent fixtures in my reality. They were messages, glimpses through a window that opened and closed according to rules I didn't understand. Now I wait for the next envelope, the next revelation in this unfolding mystery. The welcome mat gets checked obsessively, multiple times each day. My bedroom door is examined each morning for signs of nocturnal visits. The waiting has become its own form of torture, anticipation mixed with dread in equal measure. The figure in the corner of my living room feels more present now, more substantial. Sometimes I think I can see the faint outline of a person standing there, watching me go about my daily routines. But when I look directly, there's nothing but empty space and the play of light and shadow. I've begun to wonder if I'm the one being photographed, if somewhere there's another version of me receiving envelopes and staring at images they can't quite understand. The thought creates a vertigo that has nothing to do with physical balance and everything to do with the fundamental nature of existence. Who is the photographer? Who is the subject? who is real and who is merely an image captured in a moment that may never have actually occurred. The questions spiral inward like water down a drain, carrying pieces of my sanity along with them. The trembling has spread from my hands to my entire body now. I vibrate like a struck bell, resonating with frequencies I can't identify. Medical tests reveal nothing abnormal, but I know something fundamental has changed in my cellular structure, in the very atoms that comprise my being. Sleep brings no relief. Dreams and waking blend together in a continuous stream of consciousness, where photographs come to life and figures step out of corners to stand beside my bed. I wake exhausted, more tired than when I went to sleep, as if I've been running all night through landscapes that exist only in my mind. The house breathes around me, its rhythm becoming more pronounced with each passing day. I can feel it expanding and contracting, adjusting itself to accommodate whatever presence has taken up residence in its walls. The floorboards creak in sequence, as if someone is pacing the same path over and over again. I've stopped trying to rationalize what's happening. Logic has become a luxury I can no longer afford. Instead, I exist in a state of perpetual openness, ready to receive whatever message the next envelope might contain. The corner of my living room pulls at my attention like a magnet. I find myself staring at it for hours, waiting for something to materialize, for the invisible to become visible. The air shimmers there sometimes, heat waves rising from a source I can't detect. My reflection continues to lag behind my movements, creating moments of dissociation that leave me questioning which version is real. Am I the person looking in the mirror or the image looking back? The distinction feels increasingly arbitrary. The journal has become my anchor to linear time, proof that events are occurring in sequence even when my perception suggests otherwise. But even the act of writing feels strange now, as if my hand is being guided by someone else's intentions. I wonder what the next photograph will show. 3 figures perhaps, or 4, an endless multiplication of selves standing in corners that exist in dimensions I can't perceive. The thought should terrify me, but instead it brings a strange kind of peace. Maybe understanding isn't the goal, maybe acceptance is enough. The photographs will come when they come, revealing truths that exist beyond the boundaries of conventional reality. I am both photographer and subject, observer and observed, real and reflection. The morning dew still clings to the grass each day, glistening under the early sun. The gentle breeze still carries the smell of fresh earth, but serenity has been replaced by anticipation, by the knowledge that beneath the welcome mat, reality bends and shifts according to rules that exist somewhere beyond my comprehension. I am waiting for the next envelope, the next glimpse behind the curtain of existence. My hands shake as I write these words, but the trembling no longer frightens me. It's simply another frequency in the symphony of strangeness that has become my life. The corner of my living room remains empty, but I know now that emptiness is just another form of presence, another way of being that doesn't require visibility to be real. Story 8. I never paid much attention to the gate at first. It always opened with a familiar creak, a drawn-out groan that marked its passage from closed to slightly ajar, as if greeting each day with a tired cry. Its voice was constant, its tone unchanging, until recently. The gate began to creak twice, a strange echo that seemed to reverberate just beyond my senses. Some days the second creak came after a pause, as though the gate was reconsidering its motion. Other mornings it was absent altogether. Today, standing at my window, I noticed the creak, but no second. Instead, the gate stands perfectly shut, and I can't be sure if it opened at all. The coffee grows cold in my hands while I watch. Steam curls upward, then dissolves. I've been standing here longer than intended, longer than necessary. The neighbor's dog used to bark at the gate sounds. Used to. Past tense feels heavy in my mouth when I think it, like swallowing something bitter. She mentioned the gate once in passing. We were sorting through mail that had been delivered to the wrong address again, hers mixed with mine, mine with hers. The postal worker seemed confused by our identical house numbers on parallel streets. She laughed about it, said the gate probably confused him too, the way it hung crooked on its hinges. But I remember looking at it then, really looking, and seeing it hung perfectly straight. The notebook sits open on my kitchen table. I started keeping track 3 weeks ago, or maybe 4. Time moves strangely when you're paying attention to things that might not matter. Each entry begins the same way, Morning Creek, followed by observations, whether who walked past, whether the second sound came or not. Reading back through the pages now, I notice patterns I didn't see while writing. The double creak always happened on days when she was working in her garden. Single creak on days when her car wasn't in the driveway. No creak at all on the day I saw her talking to the man in the dark coat. I don't remember writing that last part. The man in the dark coat returns in my notes several times, always described the same way, always in relation to her, never with any detail about his face or purpose. It's as if I was documenting his presence while actively avoiding looking at him directly. The handwriting in those entries looks hurried, slanted in a way that suggests I was writing while watching something else. Her garden tells a story I'm still learning to read. The roses she planted near the gate bloomed early, then withered before summer's peak. She replaced them with something thornier, something that catches fabric and skin if you brush against it too closely. I know this because I found threads caught in the branches, small pieces of dark fabric that fluttered like prayer flags in the morning breeze. The threads are gone now. I checked this morning after the single creak, after staring at the perfectly closed gate. Someone removed them, or the wind finally claimed them, or I imagined their significance entirely. Memory plays tricks when you're looking for meaning in small things. I remember her waving to me once, a friendly gesture as she collected her mail. But the notebook entry from that day describes her standing motionless by the mailbox, staring at something in her hands for several minutes before going inside. The wave exists only in my recollection, not in my careful documentation. This discrepancy bothers me more than it should. The police officer who came to the door seemed tired, worn down by routine inquiries and people like me who call about things that probably don't matter. She asked standard questions about the last time I'd seen my neighbor, whether I'd noticed anything unusual, if there had been any disturbances. I mentioned the gate, the changing patterns of its sounds, the man in the dark coat from my notes. She wrote nothing down about the gate. Her pen moved only when I described the man, and even then her questions felt perfunctory. Height, build, approximate age, details I realized I didn't actually possess, only the repeated notation of his presence in my careful records. After she left, I reread every entry about him. The descriptions are consistent but vague, as if I was recording the idea of a person rather than an actual individual. This troubles me in ways I can't articulate, like discovering you've been speaking a language you don't understand. The house next door remains dark most evenings now. Sometimes I see movement in the windows, shadows that could be anything or anyone. The mail still accumulates in her box, mixed with mine when the postal worker makes his familiar mistake. I've stopped returning the misdirected letters. They sit in a growing pile on my counter, unopened, addressed to someone who may or may not be coming back to claim them. One envelope bears my handwriting. This discovery stops me cold, standing in my kitchen with a stack of her mail in my hands. It's addressed to her in my careful script, but I have no memory of writing it. The return address is mine. The postmark is recent. I don't open it. Instead, I place it back with her other mail and try to convince myself it's a mistake, a coincidence, something explainable. But my handwriting is distinctive, careful, the same script that fills the notebook with observations about gates and sounds and men in dark coats. The envelope haunts my peripheral vision for days. I move it to different locations in the house, trying to find a place where it doesn't demand attention. It follows me like a question I'm not ready to answer, a conversation I'm not prepared to have with myself. Sleep comes in fragments now. I wake to sounds that might be the gate, might be wind, might be nothing at all. The notebook has migrated to my bedside table, and I find entries I don't remember making, written in the dark hours when consciousness blurs with something else entirely. These midnight notations are different, more personal. They describe her daily routines in detail that suggests prolonged observation, intimate knowledge of her habits and preferences. They mention the way she takes her coffee, the television programs she watches, the time she typically goes to bed. Information I shouldn't possess. Information that makes me feel like a stranger in my own house, reading someone else's careful surveillance disguised as my own handwriting. The gate stopped making any sound at all last week. I watch it each morning, waiting for the familiar creak that marked the beginning of each day's observations. Silence greets me instead, and the gate remains closed, immobile, as if it was never meant to move at all. Without the gate's voice to anchor my mornings, I feel untethered, uncertain how to begin each day's documentation. The notebook entries become shorter, less focused, filled with observations that lead nowhere and questions that multiply rather than resolve. I find myself standing at the window longer, watching for signs of life next door, for any indication that my careful records served some purpose beyond feeding an obsession I didn't realize I was cultivating. The dark windows offer no answers, only reflections of my own face, distorted by the angle of morning light. The letter I apparently wrote to her remains unopened, accusatory in its mundane presence among bills and advertisements. Sometimes I pick it up, feel its weight, try to divine its contents through touch alone. The paper feels ordinary, unremarkable, giving no hint about what version of myself decided to write to her or why. Today the gate stands open, has been open since before dawn, moving slightly in a breeze too gentle to produce the familiar creak. I realize I've been waiting for a sound that may never come again, documenting the absence of something I'm no longer sure was ever really there. Story 9. I told them I stepped outside for some fresh air. The night air was cool, crisp in contrast to the stifling heat inside. My fingers brushed the worn, peeling paint of the porch railing, rough yet oddly reassuring. The distant hum of cicadas circled in the background, casting an unsettling rhythm under the silence. A rustle in the nearby bushes caught my ear, a whisper of leaves unsettled. The scent of disturbed earth mingled with the sharpness of pine. The porch light flickered, casting fleeting shadows that danced across my shoes, faint imprints in the dust. The warmth of my breath lingered on my lips, a reminder of things unsaid, but my footprints trailed back to the door. That was the story I gave them, simple, clean, the kind of explanation that satisfies without inviting questions, but I can still feel that paint under my fingernails, the way it crumbled when I gripped too tight, the way the shadows moved wrong that night, like they were reaching for something just beyond the light's reach. I keep coming back to the shovel. It wasn't where I left it, that much I know. The garage had always been my domain, tools arranged with the precision of someone who understands that order prevents chaos. The shovel belonged against the far wall, between the rake and the hedge trimmers. But there it was, leaning against my workbench, dirt still clinging to the blade in dark, moist clumps. Fresh dirt, the kind that sticks to metal when the earth has been recently turned. I remember staring at it for what felt like hours, though the kitchen clock hadn't moved when I finally went back inside. The others were still talking in the living room, their voices a low murmur that seemed to come from underwater. Someone laughed. The sound felt obscene in the thick air. The thing about memory is how it betrays you, how it shifts and changes shape when you're not looking, like smoke curling away from a flame. I thought I remembered putting the shovel away after working in the garden. The tomatoes needed attention, their roots shallow in the sandy soil. But standing there in the garage, breathing in the smell of motor oil and something else, something earthy and wrong, I couldn't be certain. Had I been gardening that afternoon, the sun had been bright, I remembered that. The way it cut through the kitchen window and fell across the newspaper spread on the table. Headlines about a missing person case, a woman who'd vanished from a neighboring county. Her photograph stared up from the page, eyes wide and trusting. The kind of face that makes you want to look away. I'd folded the paper carefully, creasing it along the edges until her face disappeared into the fold. The others had been asking questions all evening, casual questions the kind neighbors ask when something has disturbed the usual rhythm of things. Had I seen anything unusual? Heard any strange sounds? The police had been canvassing the area, they said, just routine inquiries. My answers came easily, too easily perhaps. No, nothing unusual. No strange sounds beyond the typical night chorus of insects and settling wood. I'd been home all evening, reading, listening to the radio. The same routine I'd followed for months since moving to this quiet place where the nearest neighbor was a quarter-mile through the trees. But the shovel kept drawing my attention back to itself. I found myself returning to the garage throughout the night, finding excuses to check the locks, to reorganize tools that didn't need organizing. Each time, the shovel seemed to have shifted position slightly. Not enough to be certain, just enough to plant the seed of doubt. The dirt on the blade had dried by morning, flaking off in small chunks that scattered across the concrete floor. I swept them up carefully, disposing of them in the trash bin behind the house. The action felt significant somehow, though I couldn't say why. The newspaper arrived with the dawn, and there she was again, the missing woman. The story had grown, spread across the front page with additional photographs and details. She'd been a teacher, they said, lived alone with 2 cats who were found crying at the door when she failed to return from her evening walk. The description of her usual route made something cold settle in my stomach. The wooded path that ran behind the properties on our side of the county, winding through dense pine forest and emerging near the old quarry. I knew that path, had walked it myself on countless evenings when sleep proved elusive and the walls of the house felt too close. The quarry had been abandoned for decades, its depths filled with dark water that reflected nothing. Local children were warned away from its edges, though teenagers still gathered there sometimes, leaving behind empty bottles and cigarette butts that I would collect during my walks. A civic duty, I told myself, keeping the natural beauty unmarred. But I hadn't walked that path in several nights, or had I? The memories felt slippery, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. I remembered the sound of my footsteps on the packed earth trail, the way the pine needles muffled sound until the world became a cathedral of silence, the quarry's surface, black as obsidian under the night sky. I remembered other things too, the sensation of weight, the strain in my shoulders and back, the rhythm of digging, the satisfying bite of steel into earth. But these memories felt borrowed somehow, as if they belonged to someone else and had somehow found their way into my consciousness. The police came by on the third day, 2 officers, polite and professional, asking the same questions the neighbors had asked. I invited them in, offered coffee that they declined. We sat in the living room where the afternoon light fell in dusty shafts through the windows. Yes, I knew about the missing woman, terrible thing. No, I hadn't seen her, hadn't noticed anything unusual. I'd been keeping to myself mostly, still adjusting to the quiet after years of city living. The move had been necessary, I explained. A fresh start after some personal difficulties I preferred not to discuss. They nodded with understanding. One of them made notes in a small pad while the other's eyes wandered around the room, taking in the sparse furnishings, the boxes still unpacked in the corners. The kind of details that paint a picture of a life in transition. Did I walk the trails behind the house? Sometimes, I admitted, usually in the evenings when the heat broke and the mosquitoes weren't too thick. Beautiful country, peaceful, the kind of place where a person could think clearly. They asked about the quarry. Had I noticed anything there recently? Any disturbances, any signs that someone might have been in the area? The question hung in the air like smoke. I could feel my heart beating against my ribs, though my voice remained steady when I answered. Nothing unusual, I said, though I hadn't been out there in several nights. The heat had been oppressive, and I'd been dealing with some insomnia, staying close to home. After they left, I found myself drawn back to the garage. The shovel hung in its proper place now, cleaned and oiled, the blade gleaming dully in the overhead light. I couldn't remember cleaning it, but there it was, pristine and ready for use. The missing woman's face haunted the local news for weeks. Search parties combed the woods, volunteers with bright orange vests and trained dogs working in grid patterns through the underbrush. I watched from my porch sometimes, seeing the distant figures moving between the trees like ghosts. They never searched the quarry itself. Too deep, someone mentioned at the post office. Too dangerous for divers, and besides, there was no evidence she'd ever been in that area. Her last confirmed sighting had been miles away, near the main road where she'd stopped to buy gas. But I knew she'd been there. I could feel it in the way the air changed when I walked that direction, the way the birds fell silent near the water's edge. The quarry held secrets now, dark shapes that moved beneath the surface when the light hit just right. The dreams started around then, fragments of memory that might have been imagination, the weight of something heavy wrapped in canvas, the sound of water accepting an offering, the way the ripples spread outward in perfect circles before the surface smoothed again to black glass. I would wake with dirt under my fingernails and the taste of pine sap in my mouth. My clothes would be damp with dew, my shoes caked with mud I couldn't explain. The shovel would be missing from its place in the garage, only to reappear by morning, clean and innocent. The investigation eventually moved elsewhere. New leads in neighboring counties, sightings that led search teams away from our quiet corner of the world. The missing woman became a cold case, her photograph relegated to bulletin boards and websites dedicated to the disappeared. Life settled back into its rhythm. I tended my garden, where the tomatoes grew unusually well that season, their roots deep in the rich, dark soil. I walked the trails in the evenings, always ending at the quarry where I would sit on the rocky shore and listen to the water lap against the stones. Sometimes I thought I saw her there, just beneath the surface, her pale face turned upward toward the stars. But when I looked directly, there was nothing but darkness and the reflection of my own features staring back. The others in town began to nod when they saw me, the kind of casual acknowledgement reserved for neighbors who keep to themselves but cause no trouble. I became part of the landscape, as unremarkable as the trees that lined the roads or the old stone walls that marked property boundaries. But the shovel remembers. It calls to me in the small hours before dawn, when sleep has fled and the walls press close with unspoken truths. I find myself in the garage, running my fingers along its handle, feeling the smooth wood worn by use I cannot recall. The dirt comes away easily when the earth is soft. The quarry accepts what is offered without judgment. And the missing stay missing, their faces fading from newspapers and memory until only the darkness knows their names. I told them I stepped outside for some fresh air that night. The explanation satisfied them then, just as it satisfies me now. But my fingers still remember the feel of that peeling paint, rough and reassuring under the flickering porch light. The shadows still dance across my shoes when I close my eyes, and my footprints still lead back to the door. Back to the place where the shovel waits, patient and knowing, for the next time the earth needs turning. Story 10. The afternoon sun filtered lazily through the sheer curtains, casting intricate patterns on the old parquet floor. Dust motes danced in the warm air, and the gentle hum of the ceiling fan offered a soothing lull. But beneath this serene veneer, something was amiss. In the far corner, the wardrobe door was ever so slightly ajar, revealing nothing but shadows within a shadow that did not belong. The scent of lavender, ordinarily comforting, was overwhelmed by an unfamiliar metallic tang that clung to the back of the throat. Silence pressed heavily around me, urging caution, as though the room itself was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable revelation. I stood there for what felt like hours, though the clock on the mantel insisted only minutes had passed. The bedroom looked exactly as it should my grandmother's antique dresser with its brass handles, the faded floral wallpaper she'd chosen decades ago, the reading chair where I'd spent countless afternoons. Everything in its proper place, yet nothing felt right. The logical explanation came to me easily enough. My aunt had been staying here for the past month, helping to sort through belongings after the funeral. She'd mentioned feeling unwell that morning, complaining of dizzy spells and nausea. When I'd arrived to help with the packing, I'd found the front door unlocked and called out, receiving no response. She must have gone to lie down, I reasoned, and the metallic smell was probably from the old pipes this house had always had plumbing issues. I walked toward the wardrobe, my footsteps muffled by the Persian rug. The floorboards beneath creaked in their familiar way, a sound that had once comforted me as a child but now seemed ominous. As I reached for the wardrobe handle, I noticed my hand was trembling slightly. Stress, I told myself. The past few weeks had been overwhelming for all of us. Inside the wardrobe hung the expected collection of vintage dresses and moth-eaten coats. Nothing unusual, nothing that could explain the shadow I'd glimpsed. Perhaps it had been a trick of the light, or my imagination running wild in a house so full of memories and grief. I called out again for my aunt, my voice echoing strangely in the stillness. The house seemed to swallow the sound. I checked the bathroom, the spare bedroom, even the cramped attic space. No sign of her anywhere, though her purse remained on the kitchen counter and her reading glasses sat folded beside an open book on the dining table. The rational part of my mind constructed a simple narrative. She'd felt sick, decided to walk to the pharmacy or perhaps to get some fresh air. She'd left in a hurry, forgetting to lock the door. The The strange smell was indeed the plumbing, and my unease was simply the product of too many sleepless nights and too much emotional upheaval. But even as I settled on this explanation, something nagged at me. The way the dust had been disturbed near the wardrobe, forming an odd pattern that looked almost like dragged marks. The fact that one of the dining chairs was pulled out at an unusual angle. The coffee cup in the sink, still warm to the touch, with lipstick marks that seemed too dark, too red. I found myself touching my own lips and my fingers came away stained. But I hadn't been wearing lipstick that day. Had I? The morning felt distant and hazy, as if viewed through fog. A memory surfaced, unbidden and strange. I was standing in this same room, but it was different somehow. The light was harsher, more urgent. There were voices, mine and another's, raised in argument. Words I couldn't quite grasp, emotions I couldn't fully remember. And then a sound, sharp and final, that made my stomach clench with dread. I shook my head, trying to clear it. Grief did strange things to memory, I'd read that somewhere. It could create false recollections, blend dreams with reality, make you question your own perceptions. That's all this was, my mind struggling to process loss and change. Yet the metallic taste in the air grew stronger. I opened the windows, hoping to let in some fresh breeze, but the smell persisted. It reminded me of something specific, something I couldn't quite place, but that filled me with an inexplicable sense of guilt. The afternoon sun had shifted, and the shadows in the room moved accordingly. For a moment, I could swear I saw a figure reflected in the dresser mirror, not my own reflection, but someone else entirely. Someone familiar yet wrong, as if I were looking at myself through a distorted lens. I spun around, but found only empty space. My heart was racing now, and I could feel sweat beading on my forehead despite the coolness of the room. This was ridiculous. I was letting my imagination run away with me, creating mysteries where none existed. But when I looked down at my hands, I noticed dirt under my fingernails. Dark, rich earth that hadn't been there when I'd arrived, or had it. The morning was becoming increasingly unclear in my memory, as if someone had taken an eraser to the important details. Another flash of memory, sharper this time, the sound of a shovel cutting through soil, the weight of something heavy being dragged across the floor. A conversation about secrets that needed to stay buried, about family reputations and what people might think. But these couldn't be my memories. They felt borrowed, like scenes from a movie I'd watched long ago. I walked through the house again, more carefully this time, looking for clues I might have missed. In the kitchen, I noticed muddy footprints that seemed to lead from the back door to the basement stairs. The prints were my size, made by shoes that looked exactly like the ones I was wearing. But I had no memory of going to the basement, no reason to have tracked mud through the house. The basement door stood slightly open, exhaling cool, damp air that carried with it the scent of earth and something else, something organic and unsettling. I flicked on the light switch, but nothing happened. The bulb must have burned out, I reasoned, though I could have sworn it was working the last time I'd been down there. Using my phone's flashlight, I descended the narrow wooden stairs. Each step seemed to echo with a hollow, guilty sound. The basement was as I remembered it, cluttered with decades of accumulated belongings, boxes of photographs and documents, old furniture covered in dusty sheets. But there was something different about the far corner, where the concrete floor looked recently disturbed. A pile of old quilts had been moved, revealing a patch of earth that seemed darker and more loosely packed than the surrounding area. Beside it lay a shovel, its blade caked with the same dark soil I'd found under my fingernails. I stared at that disturbed earth, and suddenly the afternoon's events began to rearrange themselves in my mind. Not my aunt lying down because she felt unwell, but my aunt confronting me about something she discovered. Not a peaceful morning of sorting through belongings, but an argument that had escalated beyond my control. Not a mystery to be solved, but a secret to be kept. The memories came flooding back, though they felt like they belonged to someone else. The accusations, the denials, the moment when words became actions and actions became irreversible. The desperate scramble to clean up, to create a story that would satisfy anyone who asked questions. The careful arrangement of evidence to support a narrative of voluntary disappearance. But even as these memories crystallized, another part of my mind rejected them. This was trauma talking, guilt manifesting as false confession. People didn't just forget committing terrible acts, did they? The mind couldn't simply erase something so significant and then reveal it again hours later. I climbed back up the stairs, my legs shaking. The house felt different now, charged with possibility and dread. Every shadow could hide evidence, every sound could be a sign of discovery. The afternoon sun that had seemed so peaceful now felt accusatory, illuminating details I'd rather leave hidden. In the kitchen, I washed my hands obsessively, scrubbing away the dirt and trying to scrub away the growing certainty that I'd done something unforgivable. But certainty of what exactly? The memories felt both vivid and unreal, like a confession extracted under duress. I looked at the phone, knowing I should call someone, the police perhaps, to report my aunt missing. But what would I tell them? That she'd disappeared from a locked house, leaving behind all her belongings, that I'd found disturbed earth in the basement but couldn't remember how it got that way, that I was experiencing memories that might be real or might be the product of a mind under enormous stress. The shadows in the room continued to shift and change, and I could no longer tell which version of events was true. Had I arrived to find my aunt gone, or had I made her disappear? Was I a concerned family member searching for answers, or a guilty party constructing an alibi? The house offered no answers, only the endless hum of the ceiling fan and the persistent metallic tang in the air. I stood there as the afternoon light began to fade, knowing that whatever had happened in this room would remain suspended between memory and imagination, between guilt and innocence, between the story I told myself and the truth I couldn't bear to fully remember. Perhaps that's the most frightening possibility of all, not that I'd done something terrible, but that I'd never know for certain whether I had or hadn't. The mind, it seems, is perfectly capable of protecting us from truths too heavy to bear, even if that protection comes at the cost of ever knowing who we really are.